Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Alan Stiles in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. They are still enjoying their time off with Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for you today, taking you up to 10 a.m. Chris Watkins of Stiles and Watkins, the better half of Stiles and Watkins. He will be in at 10 a.m. to take you up to 2 p.m. on a beautiful Monday morning. We are rocking with you. And there is a lot to talk about, from the Olympics, from the situation with Noah Lyles. What is a win? Is it the torso? Is it the foot? And on this day, what happened to Tim Anderson? He got knocked the bleep out. That's exactly what happened. So we break all of that down. Of course, we have Brock Purdy sound for you. Is this guy legit? Okay, is he saying too much that may make it hard for him to go back when it's time to get paid? Every time he talks, is his agent thinking, what are we doing? And speaking of, we will have a What Are We Doing segment, because of course we will. Throughout the weekend, there are a couple different things that I ran into for the What Are We Doing segment.
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
Thank you very much, Kyle. And we get into the Kings. Okay, and there is a new name emerging from the Portland Trailblazers, speaking of what are we doing, and there's a new name emerging as far as somebody that they might move off of. I wonder why. Maybe because they have three centers, okay? And I think I'm small balling it at three centers. So who is that name? Not necessarily connected to the Kings just yet, but it could be. Kyle, how you doing?
Hi, Mr. Stiles. I am doing wonderful today. Like a certain Portland Trailblazers center, I got 4.5 hours of sleep on my air mattress and then rolled up to the station.
Well, I'm glad it wasn't snowing, because then I would have had to produce the show myself, because you wouldn't have made it. Yeah,
good thing it doesn't snow here or really anywhere that I've ever lived. I've told this to people before. I've never actually seen it snow in my entire life. Only one time I've ever seen actual snow, but, it was already on the ground or whatever. I've never seen snow falling from the sky in my entire life.
I feel like that's not incredibly unique for West Coasters. I feel like there's probably a lot of West Coasters that feel like that. Because even if you go up to Tahoe, the snow's already there.
I guess if you spend enough time in Tahoe in the winter, eventually you might get caught in a snowstorm, but it's just a unique situation. All the places I've lived in San Diego, where
not going to snow there.
It did one time in the 50s, but normally not going to snow.
Stay classy.
And then I've lived up here for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Never snows in Sacramento.
There'll be a random time every now and then.
Well, okay, so the closest it'll get is like frosting. Like it gets cold enough where it'll frost, which I think is pretty cool. Like you just wake up and it's like every house, every car.
That's cool?
Well, if you've never seen it before, it's cool to see everything covered in frost.
Well, I'm still getting used to this kind of morning slot, and I will say it is refreshing when you get up in the morning and it's 5 a.m, whatever it is, and it's not 80 degrees already. So that's been nice.
This is kind of what I appreciate, because sometimes I go a while without doing mornings. I think our friend Christopher Laud takes the least vacation of anyone at the station.
Yeah.
So when mornings do roll around for me, I appreciate the 4:30 a.m. drive, because it's every green light, no cars, just wonderful to get here at, with nobody else on the road except me.
Exactly.
Takes like 10 minutes where it might normally take 20. But to your point, the only downside to mornings is just the sleep deprivation by Wednesday.
We'll get that back later. And want to give a shout out to everybody that's working this morning. got to take care of your business, got to pay those bills. If you got paid this weekend, just remember that's why you do it. If you got a family, taking care of your family. If you're solo dolo, shout out to you. I remember those days a long, long time ago. So shout out to all of the jobs that are out there working this morning, and maybe 6 a.m. isn't even the start of your day. So shout out to you, and shout out to Blake Snell with the no-hitter, Kyle. Got a little bit nervous, didn't know if he was going to be able to pull it off. And again, 2 dominant performances from the Giants back-to-back. They're starting to cook a little bit. They win the series against the Reds. They take care of business right there. So very exciting stuff for the Giants. And now, Farhan, is he a genius or is he crazy?
Are we still doing that?
Well, I'm not doing it unless they make the playoffs.
We were doing this like 5 years ago. Like, I feel like there's a representative sample size enough to be like probably not a genius, but.
Well, he's still getting, speaking of SoCal, he's still getting flowers from what he did with the Dodgers. And to me, that was a long time ago. Everything that he has done, I wouldn't say every prospect, but most of the stuff that he was connected to the Dodgers, that's gone. He had nothing to do with Mookie Betts.
Nope.
He had nothing to do with Freddie Freeman.
Nope.
They're trying to associate him with that Mickey Mouse ring, and I don't even know how much he was associated at that point in time.
Okay, so I guess devil's advocate part of it is like, okay, the bulk of prospects that the Dodgers seem to always accumulate was he got a lot of credit for that. Then you could say they
still
made those
have
trades.
good prospects now.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that we have enough of a representative sample size to realize it's like the Dodgers' success kind of transcends a single person or even a single player at this point. And you could argue like Andrew Friedman is at the top of the organization and that's the structure. But I have a feeling if you took that out and slotted someone else in, I think the machine might still go just because of how much money the Dodgers have.
That's true. That's true. And we'll see what happens in that NL West. We know the Giants aren't going to get that division title, but maybe they can sneak into a wild card. So we'll get into a little bit of Giants and a little bit of A's as well. But it is time for a shot of Style Espresso. That is correct, Kyle. And today, for the shot of Style Espresso, thank you very much. Nicely done. It is time to get into this Noah Lyles situation. So Noah Lyles, and we have that call for you. We'll get into it during leading off and really break that down. But I do want to talk about this, Kyle. The Noah Lyles situation, and we have this audio that I'm going to play. This was what set everything off. What was it, last year, where he said, you're not a world champion, and he called out the NBA specifically, and he really was trying to ride, and I've been in this situation, Kyle. He was trying to ride for his crew, okay? He was trying to ride for his crew, but it came off as if he was belittling the NBA, who obviously we know has a lot of players from a lot of other places. But with all that being said, some of these people have taken it too far. And if what he said makes you not want to root for him, which also means you're not rooting for the U.S., you've gone too far. The hate for Noah Lyles has gone too far. But Kyle, let's play what he initially said that set everybody off.
You know, the thing that hurts me the most is that I have to watch the NBA Finals and they have world champion on their head. World champion of what? The United States? Don't get me wrong. I love the U.S. at times, but that ain't the world. That is not the world. We are the world. We have almost every country out here fighting, thriving, putting on their flag to show that they are represented. There ain't no flags in the NBA.
And that's what started it. And Kyle, I've told the good people that are listening that I watched the show Sprint on Netflix. So they basically talk, they highlight Sha'Carri, they highlight Noah Lyles, they highlight a couple different sprinters, and they talk about that. And the whole reason it came up is because Noah Lyles, I mean, he's a talker, and I get it. Trust me, somebody like me, I get it. And he got going and didn't really know where to stop, and the whole thing blew up. The whole thing blew up, Kyle. But with all that being said, you have different NBA players saying, what is this guy talking about? They were all over Twitter. But you know what else happened yesterday? They were in the building for Noah Lyles, maybe to see if he would win or not. But they were in the building supporting Noah Lyles. It was bigger than some silly things that he had to say that really weren't that controversial. Taken out of context, all he's saying is that I'm battling Jamaica. I'm battling Italy. I'm battling France. So off the top of my head, I'm the world champion, or I am a world champion. That the NBA, it is a league based in Northern America. And yes, you can put, there's players from all over, but that was all he was saying. And you don't have to agree with it. I don't agree with it. But because of that, you write this guy off. And I'm seeing people yesterday saying that they want to see him lose to Jamaica with 0.005 of a second, whatever it was. They even got the call wrong. You want him to lose because of one thing he said? Now you're rooting against Noah Lyles and rooting against the U.S.? That's very corny, very cringe, as Chris Watkins would say. Makes absolutely no sense to me. Figure it out. Get over it. Out of all the opinions that are floating around these days, that's the one that has you writing someone off? Really? Really?
You know what I think sucks for Noah Lyles is that he is today the greatest American sprinter of the 21st century.
Yeah.
But at that time last year, literally nobody knew who he was.
Great point. But
and so this was a lot of people's introduction to Noah Lyles.
Yes.
And so that becomes word association for some people with him is essentially the United States is what they associate him with.
He did say he wants people to talk about track and field. He wants to bring it to the forefront. So I wouldn't say that he knew what he was doing, but in a way, he did want people to talk about him. Now you got to be careful what you ask for. But as a lot of people say, Kyle, all publicity is good publicity. And I don't know if he regrets it based on the show that I watched. I don't think he does because he backed it up. Now, if he lost, maybe that he was going to get roasted. He was 0.005 of a second away from getting generationally roasted, Kyle.
I mean, sort of. I mean, from what I understand, I do not know a ton about track and field, but from what I've picked up in the last 24 hours is that he's also like the heavy favorite in the 200-meter dash.
Oh, that's his, yes. So he doesn't normally run the 100. He's just started running the 100.
Okay.
The 200, what he says is, he says the 200 is his wife and his 100 is his girlfriend. And he got it taken care of. He won the 100. So he should win the 200. The 200 is what he normally does.
Okay. So I feel like even if he had lost by the 5/1000th of a second or something, or finished third or whatever, like if he wins the 200 and gets a gold, I feel like that's still like a, oh yeah, congratulations thing. But I think just we as people who watch the Olympics place so much value on the 100-meter dash.
Oh, the 100-meter. So in the show, they're going back and forth, and he's talking with someone. This guy, he won. The name escapes me, but he's from Italy, and he won in Tokyo, right? And he's talking about Noah Lyles, and he says Noah Lyles, he's got gold medals, but he doesn't have gold medal. He doesn't have a gold medal in the one race that matters. That's what he said. So basically, it's not just America. Everybody puts a lot of weight on the 100-meter dash, and that's why Noah Lyles wanted to take care of it. I mean, you can make the argument, Kyle, it's probably one of the most I don't want to say event, but it is the premier event in the Olympics, right?
I think to each their own. It's
gymnastics all around, whatever you want to call it, and then swimming.
The swimming 100, basically,
exactly.
Which I think people are even less jazzed about the swimming 100 now because they don't have an American athlete at the top of short distance swimming. I mean, Katie Ledecky is the name that we all know, but she's like longer distance swimming. So yeah, I think it's probably the 100 or the gymnastics all around. But
yeah, Marcel Jacobs, he won. Yes, he won the gold medal the last Olympics, and he's the one who said Noah Lyles has a bunch of gold medals, but not in the one that matters. Well, now he does. So stop hating on Noah Lyles, all right? We got a great show coming up. We have Brock Purdy conversation. We have Kings conversation. We have Giants conversation. Everything to get you ready and get you through if you have a case of the Mondays. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Leading off is coming up next. We'll be right back.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Final of the women's 100 is away. Julian Alfred got out really well. Sha'Carri Richardson's got some work to do, but it's going to be St. Lucia's. Julian Alfred wins the first ever Olympic medal for her nation.
Great stuff there as Julian Alfred gets it done against Sha'Carri Richardson. I'll tell you this much, Kyle, talking so much about that show on Netflix called Sprint. Yeah, Julian wasn't in that show. I do not believe she competed at Worlds, and that's where Sha'Carri won the gold medal, and Sha'Carri would have won again if not for the St. Lucia sprinter who really, blew everybody out of the water.
yeah, that was crazy. She got out like within the first 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was over. Like you knew it was over. I mean, you never, I guess it's 10 seconds, so you don't have that much time to really process what's happening. But the whole time it's oh, here comes Sha'Carri, and no chance.
Yeah, Sha'Carri, I mean, you can just see, right, when you're watching, she's not the tallest sprinter in the world, doesn't get the best starts, and normally that closing speed, she'll catch them. And she did catch everyone besides Julian Alfred. And Julian Alfred, by the way, she goes to University of Texas, so she's been running out there. Julian Alfred, she gets it done, brings home the first medal for St. Lucia, and it really wasn't close. It really wasn't close. And that's nothing against Sha'Carri. She just blew everybody else out of the water.
Yeah, and that's the game, right? Them's the breaks. But I think it's a really cool story regardless. I know there's the whole American aspect to it of we want Sha'Carri to win, and it would have been cool if you had an American sweep in the 100 meter, but that's not just the first sprinting medal for St. Lucia. That is the first medal ever in any event.
If you're going to lose, at least you lost to that situation.
There's a great video on Twitter, and we'll play it a little bit later probably, but it's not as good audio-wise, of everyone in St. Lucia just going crazy when she wins the title. I'm just that's really, really cool, especially a high-profile event like that. There are obviously the countries where you don't send that many athletes. I always think of the guy from Tonga who would always show up shirtless to the opening ceremony, and every year it was oh, where's he gonna be? But it's I think he was doing canoeing at one of the events. It's it's not only is it your country's first medal, it's the high profile event of the Olympics. And we're talking about it in a way that we probably wouldn't have if they had won the table tennis doubles championship.
Exactly. I mean, there are a lot of, as we know, and we had some fun on Friday with, is this the Ocho or is this the Olympics with Simone? But there's no doubt about it. We just talked about in the last segment, that 100 meters. I mean, that is what everybody comes to see. So shout out to Julian Alfred and shout out to St. Lucia getting their getting their first ring. And, of course, you have the basketball teams, USA, taking care of business. They're going to the quarterfinals. I think everybody can relax as they were worried about. I guess you can't relax because it's not over yet. But Team USA looks good. Doesn't seem to be any more issues with who's playing, who's not playing. I didn't really care personally, but a lot of people did. And Steve Kerr is trying to rise above the slander that he's been receiving. I've seen that Steph Curry is actually moving up people's lists now that they've watched Steve Kerr coach. But some of that is a bit of a joke, and some of that is serious when you question some of his rotations and things like that. But they seem to be rolling along. Kyle, I did have a bit of an update on the 3-on-3 conversation, because I've been really hard on, not just me, but a lot of people are thinking, what's going on in this 3-on-3? Why does USA stink? What is happening? And what it is you can't just get random dudes from the big three. And by the way, I don't know if you saw, Ice Cube is challenging the 3-on-3 champion to face, I guess, the big three champion. So Ice Cube's always trying to make $1. We're not mad at him.
I think he was on like big time CBS this weekend. So.
That's what he does. He's a good marketer, and he's really trying to market that product. Tried to get Caitlin Clark, but getting back to the 3-on-3, you have to be playing in the FIBA circuit. So these guys, this is their bag. Some people play softball on the weekend. If you're Chris Watkins, you play softball and volleyball and kickball and a bunch of other sports. But these dudes, they are in the FIBA league. So that is why you couldn't just add random people. You had to be playing in the circuit, and Jimmer Fredette and the crew, that was the circuit that they've been playing. And I believe one of the players was ranked number 2 in the world. So they were supposed to be good. The lights were too bright. Just like Jared Allen said, the lights were just too bright.
I didn't know as much about the men's side, but the women's side, I kind of understood that part a bit, because they were literally like, what if we just get Haley Van Lith and the best college players and just dump them on a team? Basically.
Exactly.
And people were saying, why doesn't Caitlin go and do it? And it's like, because you're kind of just throwing a team together and hoping that it works. But like, I think the less players you have on a team in basketball, the more chemistry starts to matter. Like 5-on-5 basketball, chemistry does matter. That's how the U.S. sometimes loses at the Olympics or FIBA or whatever. But with 3-on-3, yeah, I feel like chemistry really matters when you're playing together.
Yeah, especially how well you know each other. And by the way, the women's team, they're kicking it up a notch, and they've won, I believe, 4 straight. So they're trying to take care of business. The guys did not take care of business. But with all that being said, you still have Simone Biles doing her thing, and that was outstanding. I mean, what she's able to do night in, night out, it's one of a kind. Katie Ledecky also taking care of business. And the U.S., Kyle, they're kind of balling right now. They're balling right now, and you have the medal count, and obviously the U.S. is trying to catch China. Here's the update, Kyle. It's looking good so far. So now you have the U.S. Great weekend for the U.S. They are still behind China, but they're only behind China by 2. Okay. So the U.S., they did work this weekend, and they have 19 gold medals. China has 21. The U.S. has 72 medals total. China has 52. So the U.S. really, really cooking there this weekend.
We're winning in bulk, right? We got so many people in all these competitions that we're winning a bunch of medals, but in the golds, it's kind of evened out a bit.
That's right. And hopefully, hey, Noah Lyles, if he goes back to back that 200, I think the U.S. could come away with the most. And you still have a couple more. You still have basketball. They're not done yet. So there's multiple events still left, and the U.S. can walk away with the most golds for this Paris 2024 Olympics. Okay, Kyle, what is cut number 2?
Cut number 2.
First pitch to De La Cruz. He hits a fly ball, right center. Yastrzemski has it! And Blake Snell has pitched the first no-hitter of his brilliant career here in Cincinnati.
I'm going to be honest with you. And that was a great game. Obviously, Blake Snell did his thing. That ball off the bat from Ellie De La Cruz, I thought was a double. Off the bat, I thought it was a double. But Yastrzemski, and on top of that, Elliot Ramos, who is not a center fielder, but he's playing center field, there have been some miscues in the outfield. So that was right in no man's land. You had Yastrzemski coming, and you saw Yastrzemski just call. And Kyle, you're a baseball guy. That's not normally how it happens. I mean, it was basically in right field. But Yastrzemski basically overruled Elliot Ramos and said, I'm not dealing with any issues on this one. Just, get out the way. Get out the way. Let me take care of business. And he did a little hop step at the end, which I think scared some people. But Blake Snell, first no-hitter, takes care of business. And with that, Kyle, I just got word that Blake Snell is opting out of his contract. He is opting out. He will enter free agency again, and maybe the Giants will have to will pay him in order for him to stay. But, yeah, he's gone, Kyle. He's gone now.
It's weird how Blake Snell always does this. Like, he basically won a Cy Young last year in San Diego on the backs of, like, post-July dominance. Yeah. And this year, terrible first half of the season, weird training camp where he wasn't signed, gets hurt, all that stuff. And then last two starts, he's just like running roughshod over the league, and will probably continue this all the way through September. And it won't matter because the Giants won't make the playoffs.
Right.
But he'll get a theoretical bag when he hits
But he
free
didn't
agency.
get it. But he didn't get it this last go round. Is he? You can't say it because if the Giants make the playoffs or not. And I think he's better than this guy, but it's kind of Jamal Murray-esque.
I think it's a little bit more than that. It's just, I think Jamal Murray's good in the sense that it's like NBA champion, second best player on a great team, also a 0-time All-Star. But I don't know who. I wish I could give credit to it, but I just have to give credit to my brother because he sent it to me. Blake Snell has more Cy Young awards than All-Star game appearances in his career. I can't think of another pitcher that does that because it's just once he hits July, August, and September, he's just amazing.
Yeah.
But for some reason, he never does it over a full season. So I guess Jamal Murray might be the case, but
Well, Jamal Murray, and there's no Cy Young. And Jamal Murray doesn't have any accolades, so it can't be Jamal Murray.
I mean, he's got that ring.
He's got a ring.
Which is, I guess, not an individual accomplishment.
Yeah.
But it's like, Blake Snell has had 2 or 3 like truly incredible seasons, and the rest of the time has been like a number 2, number 3 starter. But he also goes through these stretches where he
is
really
he Kawhi?
struggles. Do you think Blake Snell's going to get to the Hall of Fame?
Well, Baseball Hall of Fame is much tougher than.
But I guess. But Kawhi is like one of the 30 greatest players in the history of the sport.
Yeah.
Blake Snell's probably not that, but.
Welcome to the show. Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in. Blake Snell, somewhere in between Jamal Murray and Kawhi Leonard. That was leading off. Coming up next, is Brock Purdy for real? Every time he talks, does his agent say, will you stop that? We're trying to get you a bag. We'll be right back.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sackdownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
School is almost here, and if there's 2 things I can count on, it's my kids needing new outfits because they grow like weeds, and Kohl's stocking their favorite styles. With the back-to-school customer appreciation event going on, I scored 30% off tees, jeans, sneakers, and more when I shopped with a Kohl's card. No card? No problem. Awards members save 20%, and everyone else saves 15%, plus earn Kohl's cash. When it comes to back to school, you gotta go back to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 11th. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Jason Mraz and the Super Band. Live. The mystical, magical, rhythmical, radical ride. Friday, August 9th, the venue at Thunder Valley. hosts, Jason Mraz and the Super Band, with special guest Molly Miller Trio. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Jason Mraz and the Super Band in concert. Pick up the new album, Mystical, Magical, Rhythmical, Radical Ride.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, July was very good to the A's as they put together their best month since they were 17-9 back in June of 21. And they took advantage of a real quirk in the schedule, playing the Angels 10 times in July, and they went 8-2. And also good series against the Astros and the Phillies, going 2-1 against those two ball clubs as well.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay to store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Hey, movie fans, it's time to get your tickets to see Borderlands, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
It's on the weirdest, most dangerous dumpster fire of the world and the universe. God, I hate this planet.
The best-selling video game of all time hits the big screen with a ragtag team of misfits on an epic adventure to achieve unimaginable power. Don't miss opening weekend of Borderlands in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. I'll be with you all week as they are both enjoying their time. They are not vacationing together, but they do both seem to be enjoying their time. Carmichael Dave, if you follow him on social media, he's just some hilarious stuff happening, and we will lead you up to Stiles and Watkins with Chris Watkins taking care of business there from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Whitey also is vacationing for the Drive Guys. 'Tis the season because, oh my goodness, there's nothing going on right now. Malarkey. It's not true at all.
Preseason football starts in 3 days.
That's right. The new kickoff is going on. The dynamic kickoff is
Jaden
happening.
Daniels is allegedly going to play minutes in the first preseason game, and we need to react to that.
We have to. And the young quarterbacks, Bryce Young is completely different now. And all these guys are figuring out who they're going to be. Spencer Rattler on the Saints. I saw one good throw. You know what that means. Raiders, you should have went and got him.
Oh,
okay?
Absolutely. I mean, Derek Carr, that dude.
Derek Carr.
He's got no chance anymore, right?
Don't get me started.
By week 6, it's going to be Spencer Rattler season, and the coach is going to be fired.
J.J. McCarthy, he's doing his thing too. All these quarterbacks are figuring it out and trying to prove that they could be the next, dare I say, Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy was asked by CBS Sports about his potential contract extension. And the question is he doing too much now? Is he going to a place where he won't be able to return from when it's time to get that money? This is what he had to say.
I got to ask you about, as you see these contracts at quarterback, is there anything, are you actually seeing them? Are you paying any attention to what's going on around the league and where you may be situated 8 or so months from now?
For me, it's that's so far down the road, with my situation, and for me, it's got to be, I got to be present right now, right here at camp. I got to be better and grow right now so that I can be the best I can be for this team this year. And obviously we have a goal at hand and going all the way and winning and finishing it. So that's where my mindset's at, to be caught up in the money and the stat, like all that kind of stuff down the road. I'd be wrong if that's where my mindset was at. And so it's not.
Did he say enough to where you still believe that it would be okay if he asked for everything? Because he doesn't necessarily say that he doesn't want all the money. He says to be caught up in the money down the road, I'd be wrong if that's where my mindset was at. So he's saying, he's not saying I don't want the bag. He's saying I'm not thinking about the bag right now. And it's Brock Purdy. He's got the tractor commercials and he loves to farm and things like that. Do we really think that he's not going to ask for the bag? Or should I say, is this a point where honestly his personality is giving off that he doesn't want all the money? Would you now be surprised if he then got the money? Or is it, hey, you're going to take the bag when you take the bag. You can be a farmer and you can be ho-hum and still want your money. That's ultimately the question. What do you think, Kyle?
Well, my pro-labor sensibilities find it rude that we're even expecting him to have to take less or to not. It's a ridiculous system that the NFL's created in the first place with the salary cap. However, in practical, in reality, the salary cap exists and teams are constantly trying to find ways to circumvent it or front load the contracts or just find ways to maximize dollar values in the margins. And the easiest way to do that is, hey, your quarterback's going to make $60 million a year.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find a way to finagle that money and create some sort of competitive advantage that I'm sure the very competent 49ers front office will know exactly what to do with that extra money and make it so that the Niners are actually better instead of just giving it away to someone who's not as good.
I think that is the question. You hit right on the question, Kyle. 916-339-1140, and we'll open up the phone lines. Based on who Brock Purdy is perceived to be and the things that he says, do you expect him to take a pay cut when it's his time to get paid? Do Niner fans expect him? And I know expect is the operative word, but based on how he talks and what he stands for, do you expect him to take less? Because that could put him in a weird situation. Nobody should expect him to, but when you come off a certain way and you got Tua out here saying, show me the money, literally he's saying that to fans. Mm-hmm. And then you have Brock Purdy, I don't care about the money. I'm just from a small town in Arizona. Do you now expect him to take less? Or would you be surprised if Brock made the Niners cash all the way out?
Well, I expect the Niners to do is to do what most teams do to circumvent the salary cap, which is just give him the money up front, guarantee the deal, pay him cash up front so that then you can finagle the salary cap however it is you so choose. Looking at the numbers, Joe Burrow got $275 over 5 years, but 146 of that was fully guaranteed at signing. Mm-hmm. So maybe Purdy is around that number or maybe a little lower than that number because I don't think he's as good as Joe Burrow necessarily. Maybe it doesn't matter because quarterback contracts are kind of different in that way, but just take that Joe Burrow $146.5 million fully guaranteed, add one more decimal point to that, and then that's the starting point for the contract. Whatever the total dollar value is whatever. The Niners can circumvent the salary cap by just paying him the cash up front.
By the way, the Niners, most salary cap in the league somehow, but Niners most salary cap in the league right now. And that all came, the $60 million that's being thrown around, that all came from a Bill Barnwell article of ESPN that came out was it last week or maybe 2 weeks ago? So that's where that $60 million annual salary is coming from. And I don't think anybody should expect Brock Purdy to, but I will say it is always funny to me when certain guys, not just Brock, and really anybody, just, I don't care about them. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. And then when it is time to get paid, you see how things change a little bit. And that's the agent's job, to make sure that they get paid. And the agent gets a cut of that as well. So, hey, man, you only got, what De'Aaron Fox said it best, you only got a couple years to get paid, or however long especially in football, however long your career ends up being. So nobody should expect it. But I do think there are some people that would be a bit surprised if Brock cashed all the way out, just because of how he comes off.
Especially for someone like Brock Purdy, to your point, where it's like the consensus opinion is that he wouldn't be able to have the success he's having right now in another system.
Exactly.
So the team that's going to cash you out has got to be the 49ers.
That's exactly right. And it's a different version of, okay, well, at the end of the season, are you going to have Brandon Aiyuk and Debo? Probably not. This is it. So Brock needs to make it count, and I'm sure he will. Safe or out, coming up next, heading to the Diamond to talk some baseball. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
You hope that you're never in a situation where you need representation, but if you ever are in that spot, you certainly want someone you can trust. And I'm sure you've seen all those lawyers on TV that just quickly process through case by case by case. Well, how about someone that's right here, that is local, that cares about you, cares about their own name and their brand, but certainly cares about our community? So if you're in that spot where you need representation, I suggest Jonathan Gonzalez at the Gonzalez Law Offices. He's right here in downtown Sacramento. And again, doesn't count you as just one of those many case after case after case. He will put in the time, put in the effort, get to know you, and is here to help. Whether it's wrongful termination cases, expungements, car accidents, whatever and wherever you feel the need for representation, I suggest you contact SACLegalDefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. Again, that's the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at SACLegalDefense.com or 916-304-9187.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This year, Dell Technologies Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family, or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Safe or out? It's time to go around baseball. 3 pitches, 3 swings. It's safe or out on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, approaching the 7 o'clock hour, having some fun. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass, and it is time for Safe or Out. All right, Kyle, what you got for us?
All right, question number 1. The Chicago White Sox have lost 20, count them, 20 games in a row. And with a loss tonight in Oakland, they will tie the 123-year American League record for longest losing streak. So, Alan, safe or out, the White Sox will eventually set the record for longest losing streak this week.
There's no way. There's no way.
They just got to lose 2.
I'm going to say out.
Okay.
I'm going to say out. I think they'll win one. I mean, I just can't. They know. I'm sure they know, which might not help them. But you know what, Kyle? As we talk about some of the memories that happened today, and on this day, we'll have the audio for you a little bit later in the show. But on this day, Tim Anderson got knocked the bleep out, and it's crazy because Jeff Passan. There was a post from maybe 2 years ago, and it was basically the White Sox's lineup with their rotation, how they were so set up for success. And I don't know what went wrong on the south side of Chicago, but they went from being a World Series contender to this, Kyle. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I don't think that they'll get the record. I think they will win a game, but cautionary tale to people who think that you have a championship window for a long period of time. You don't. You
want to hear a truly incredible stat?
What is it?
I just looked it up. Since Tim Anderson got knocked the bleep out by Jose Ramirez, the White Sox have a record of 44-120.
Jose Ramirez destroyed that franchise.
Yeah.
With one punch. He wasn't looking, by the way. Eyes closed punch destroyed that franchise.
Which, to be fair, it wasn't going great before.
Right.
However, the all-time MLB record for most losses in a season, I believe, is 121.
Kyle, the Field of Dreams was just a couple years ago. Tim Anderson walked off against the Yankees' Field of Dreams.
He broke that franchise. I think we can say Jose Ramirez broke the White Sox franchise by knocking out Tim Anderson.
Yeah.
They have not just the worst team in baseball since then, the worst team maybe in the history of baseball since knocking out Tim Anderson. That's amazing.
I thought it was a little bit confusing. I think the first part where they messed up was when they brought Tony La Russa in. That didn't make any sense to me.
That was just Jerry Reinsdorf going over the head of his general manager.
That made absolutely no sense. I don't think he agrees with how the game is being played now, the bat flipping. So then you bring him on a team with Tim Anderson, who is the king of the bat flips. I mean, it didn't make sense to me.
Luis Robert, Eloy Jimenez.
The whole crew.
They
got their shirts down with their chest meat out, and they got the chains, and it didn't make sense.
No. To answer the question, I think not only are they going to break the AL record, the all-time record is 23 by, I think, the Philadelphia A's or Phillies. I think they might get swept by the A's, and they might break the all-time record. Now, granted, if you're going to break it against anyone, it might be the A's.
Yeah.
But I think they might break the all-time record here.
I'm out. I think they'll take care of business.
Do you know who's starting today for them? Neither do I. It's TBD. They haven't named a starter for today's game. So
it's bad, man.
We'll see.
It's bad. And, what did they get that championship? Was it 2005? So they've had some success. They've been around, but it's a dark time for the south side of Chicago.
I don't think they've won a playoff series since that World Series.
Yeah. A couple of years ago, wasn't it White Sox A's?
Yeah, you're
in the
right. The A's
playoffs?
beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the A's beat them in the playoffs. I think that was the pandemic year, like where they were at a neutral field. But
What do we have next for safe or out, Kylo?
Safe or out?
on Saturday, Shohei Ohtani became the first 30 home run, 30 stolen base player in an MLB season since 2012. He's the heavy favorite to win the National League MVP at minus 1,400. So safe or out, before the year's over, Ohtani will get to 50 home runs and 50 stolen bases.
I'm trying to figure out which one I'm more worried about, because I think he's going to get it. But if there was one I was more worried about, that new rule with the amount of pickoffs, 50 stolen bases. If you want it, you can get it.
I was stunned by that when I saw the stat. He's third in baseball in stolen bases.
He 5-tool player, that doesn't even describe Shohei Ohtani. He's an 8-tool player.
You don't think of him as a base stealer, but
but he can boogie though.
Not just boogie, he's third most in the league in stolen bases. It's crazy.
Yeah, so I think I'm safe on this. I think he's going to do it. I'm not really worried about the home runs, and I'm not that worried. I'm more worried about the stolen bases, just based on how much you want to steal and how many game situations you're going to be in. But if he wants it, which I believe he does, he'll get it. So I'm safe on that.
I think he's on pace for like 47 or 48 stolen bases.
Yeah.
But again, like you said, if he wants it, I think he can get there. I'm going to go out just because I think there's only going to be 2 players in baseball that get to 50 stolen bases this year. And I know Ohtani's amazing, but it's just 50 is a lot.
50 is a lot. It's the stolen bases worry me. The home runs do not worry.
Yeah, we're not really talking about the 50 home runs of it all, too, just because he's done it before.
Oh, yeah. I'm not worried about that.
50 home runs is really hard, too.
But it seems like he hits one every other game.
I guess he's just incredible. And he's going to win MVP, even though he didn't even pitch. He's still going to run away with
rehabbing.
MVP.
He is rehabbing right now. All right, Kyle, what's next on safe or out?
Safe or out?
Speaking of stolen bases, Elly De La Cruz is leading baseball with 57 of them, which is 25 more than the next closest player at 32. No baseball player has stolen more than 80 bases in a season since 1988. But Mr. Styles, safe or out, Elly De La Cruz will break the 35-year drought and steal 80 bases.
Again, with the pickoff rules and everything that they're doing to speed the game up, I think I'm safe on this. I think he's going to get it, right? He's got to get on base, and you can't steal first, as they say, but assuming that he, his on-base percentage or however he gets on, I think he's going to do it.
57 is absurd.
It's insane.
It's absurd.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Pickoff rules or not, he's 25 ahead of the next closest person. He's going every single time.
Right,
It's
right. Is he the most exciting player in baseball to you? Or I guess besides Shohei?
Yeah, I would say yes. The problem is I have watched at most like 6 innings of Cincinnati Reds baseball this year. So I know he's awesome, but I literally have not watched him play this year.
I didn't realize that they play in a bandbox. We make fun of Frankie Cardicelli and the Yankees. Jason Ross, a Yankee fan too. We make fun of how small that ballpark is, but I was watching the Giants broadcast during the no-hitter, and I didn't know the nickname was Great American Small Park. So, yeah. So for even more impressive for Blake Snell, that's what they were saying, to get that no-hitter in Cincinnati. And Cincinnati is a team who is still in the mix for that last wild card. They're the Giants,
yeah, they're
right?
the Giants.
But they don't have Elly De La Cruz, but they're
the Giants who sell less jerseys.
That's exactly right. So we'll see what happens, but I do think he will get those 80 bags.
Yeah, I'm going to say safe too. I'm just surprised that, I know it's the steal rule and everything, but 36 years since someone stole 80 bases.
It's a long time.
Yeah, I know they changed the rules recently and everything, but even I was looking up, like Jose Reyes had 78 one season, but no one's really come close ever since that.
Yeah, really, stolen bases was a bit of a lost art. It feels like these last 10 years or so. So for that to come back into the game, I know that baseball is trying to do what it can to be more exciting, and players like Elly De La Cruz definitely doing their part. Elly De La Cruz and Shohei Ohtani both doing their part. Every day, Elly De La Cruz is stealing home or doing something. And it was a storybook ending for Blake Snell with Elly De La Cruz being up. I mean, that was perfect for baseball, and Blake Snell gets it done. So, yeah, good stuff there, Kyle. Coming up next, we get into the men's and women's 100-meter dash. We have that call for you. We have some sound from Noah Lyles, the difference between world's fastest man and fastest man alive. Also, a former NBA player, his run at the Olympics, not playing basketball, playing a different sport, is done. We'll tell you who that is when we come back. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles, filling in.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's your good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
This is so fun! I can't wait to go home!
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, we'll pay off your locked AT&T phone up to $650, and you'll get a new 5G phone for free.
Pay off via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Free phone up to $830 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying plan and credit, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits, or they stop and required finance agreement balances due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See T-Mobile.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says, never, repeat, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke. not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper. As the proud sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew, Alsco Uniforms offers certified hygienically clean lab coats, scrubs, bed linens, towels, floor mats, and an array of mops tailored for your healthcare facility. Our services include convenient delivery to your doorstep. Leading the way in healthcare laundry services in Northern California, discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sacktown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Got to be careful here. Alan Sal's filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Got to be careful here because some people, and good morning, by the way, some people aren't able to stay up to date on everything happening in the Olympics. But Simone Biles and Jordan Childs did their thing for their floor routine. I won't spoil it, but let's just say USA is on the podium. That's all I'll say. USA is on the podium.
At this point, we can't say what medals they got.
Well, so Chris and I had been going back and forth with this because we had a couple callers during Styles and Watkins say, "Hey, can you say spoiler alert?" I guess so they can maybe turn their radio down for a second. So we've still been trying to figure out how to do it without spoiling it for people. So I'm just not going to say anything, Kyle. I'm going to play it safe. And I'm not going to say anything, but just know that U.S. is on the podium.
How are we going to navigate this tomorrow? We got like live quarterfinal basketball between Germany and Greece live at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's I guess the medal rounds, right? That's it's knockout. But if it was the championship, it would be a little different. We'll figure it out.
I get it.
I
get it. But tomorrow we just get to have fun. It's rare that we get live programming here on the morning show. We got a bunch of that tomorrow, so we'll figure out how to navigate it.
Yes, we will. Julian Alfred wins gold, first medal for St. Lucia ever. We got that sound for you. We also have the Noah Lyles sound where nobody knew who won. I was at lunch with my mom, and we were watching it, and I thought Noah lost. So we have that sound for you as well. Also, fastest man alive or world's fastest man. What is the difference? Noah Lyles will tell us, but here is Julian Alfred's sound from that gold medal. So that was St. Lucia. That was one of the watch parties as they watched Julian Alfred take care of business and hold off Sha'Carri Richardson to get that gold medal and the first ever medal. They already said there's going to be a parade. There's going to be a motorcade. I mean, she'll probably never have to pay for food in St. Lucia ever again.
Maybe that was already the case for her, but
probably.
I know a lot of people are driving their cars, so don't right now, but when you're done, check out the video of this. It's absolutely incredible. You've got like women holding babies, dancing in the crowd, and it's fantastic.
Great scene.
The video is amazing.
Great scene. And, Sha'Carri gets silver, and she showed up to, like we've been saying, doesn't always get the best starts, and Julian Alfred just wouldn't let up and wouldn't let Sha'Carri catch up to her. And that 100-meter, I ran track very, very long time ago, back before high school, and it's not a lot of time. I mean, they talk about how important the start is, and you do not have time. They talk about the 200, where the 200 at least you have time to catch up when you come around that bend, but no time in the 100. But it was enough time for Julian Alfred to win gold and take care of business for her country, Kyle. Now let's get into the Noah Lyles sound as he wins by 0.005 seconds to claim the title as world's fastest man and gets that gold, much to the chagrin of NBA fans.
But you wouldn't have known it based on this final call.
There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curry's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it. Keshane Thompson is a gold medalist on debut.
Wow. I mean, how do you... What would you have done there, Kyle?
Okay, so we were talking about this before. Like, it's 5/1000ths of a second.
Yeah.
I can't blame this guy for not knowing who won in 5/1000ths of a second, especially because Thompson from Jamaica is ahead the entire time.
Yeah.
The only thing is, just call it a photo finish, because it's better to be safe than to end up in the situation that this guy is. And I'm not trying to critique like someone who is obviously the best track broadcaster around, but like, if you're not sure, just lay out.
No,
let it play out.
Yeah.
Photo finish. We'll figure it out, because now that's tough.
That's the call.
Yeah. The call for the pinnacle of your sport is incorrect. Thompson did not win. But it sounds like Thompson won in this clip that has, as of 7:08 a.m. the next day, 8.4 million views.
Yeah. And there's no do-overs, but Noah Lyles doesn't need a do-over. He got it done. And that's all that matters, and all the back and forth on whether or not he's a world champion. I mean, I saw people roasting Kyle, getting back to the hate that we spoke about during the shot of Style Espresso in the 6 o'clock hour. I mean, he got second place, and there's different types of second place. He got second place in his heat, and I saw people saying he can't even win his own heat. I mean, the hate was real, and Noah Lyles silenced all of that and got it done, because there was a different type of second place to where, hey, do I need to go get you? Not to say that he wasn't trying, but when you watch Sha'Carri and Julian Alfred in that second heat, Sha'Carri tried to get to that next gear, or Sha'Carri did get to the next gear, and it didn't matter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Noah Lyles, it still felt like, okay, he's right. It's going to be a photo finish. Sha'Carri, she does what she normally does, and I've been there. When you race somebody or something and you say, okay, let me really hit,
kick it into second
gear, and they're not phased. They got the Stephen A. Smith meme. That's when you know you're in trouble. And Noah Lyles, he clearly had another gear, like I said, not his main race. The 200 is really his bag. So he's looking to go back to back. That's very sought after in track, winning the 200 and the 100, going back to back and walking away with 2. So we'll see if Noah Lyles is able to get it done. Yeah. And this is Noah Lyles as he gets asked the question, the difference between world's fastest man and fastest man alive.
100%. Yeah. All right, next question for you. Last one. You are the world's fastest man. Can you explain to the people why that is the proper term to call you world's fastest man?
Because I hold the title of the Olympics. You have the world record. That's the fastest man alive. I hold the title of world's fastest man.
Wait. There you go. So world's fastest man, not fastest man alive.
Yeah, he's the world's fastest man for now until someone else takes the crown, which I thought
about 4 years.
Well, I mean, someone could do it during like Worlds or something like that.
But again, watch. He just won the world championship. That was in Budapest last year.
Oh, that was the United States quote. That was what that was from.
It was during that. I think so. Okay. I think so because that was basically the pinnacle of the show on Netflix. It was to get to Budapest for Worlds, and he and Sha'Carri, they both won Worlds, but I don't think Julian Alfred was at Worlds.
This whole Noah Lyles sprinting controversy thing has really just given me a newfound appreciation for Usain Bolt.
Oh my goodness.
Nobody's even coming close to touching his world record.
No, I don't.
Whatever you said, fastest man alive.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see anybody get. I mean, I shouldn't say ever because records were made to be broken, but I don't know if we'll see it in my lifetime.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting is like the natural like human evolution makes it so that, and especially with a lot of these athletics, like the people who come after are usually the most impressive athletes. We see it all the time in basketball where it's like, or golf, like the difference between 30 years ago to now is just so dramatic. Like Usain Bolt, no one's even coming close to breaking that record. At the games 8 years ago, he's like turning around and smiling at people as he's finishing a world record pace. Like all of this has just given me newfound appreciation for everything that was.
Oh yeah, it was one of a kind. And you know, even from watching back in my day, watching Michael Johnson with his gold chain. I mean, I was a kid, but I loved watching that. You saw Usain Bolt, and it was just on another level. And I believe Sha'Carri, getting back to these Olympics, Sha'Carri, I think, is the opposite of Noah Lyles, where the 100 kind of is her bag. So she'll compete. I believe she'll compete in the 200, but she didn't win 200 at Worlds. And if Julian Alfred is in the 200, I mean, I don't know what we're talking about. There was a little bit of controversy, Kyle, with Shelly Ann Fraser-Price from Jamaica and Sha'Carri Richardson because they weren't staying in the same area as everybody else. They couldn't get in from the same entrance. And then Shelly Ann, one of the most decorated sprinters in the history of the sport, ends up messing up her hamstring. So she had dealt with a couple of injuries. She is on the older side, but people were saying, is that because she didn't get to warm up properly? So she didn't even compete. She was a scratch. So unfortunate ending to her Olympic career, but nonetheless, outstanding career there. Real quick, Kyle, former NBA player Chase Budinger and his partner Miles Evans, their Olympic run in beach volleyball has ended. They fell to Norway in the round of 16. They finished tied for 9th place in their first Olympic Games. Shout out Chase Budinger. I was watching videos of him in the slam dunk competition all those years ago. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous just to say I'm going to do something else when we talk about these athletes. And did you pick the right sport? I've always said Giancarlo Stanton picked the wrong sport. He should be a tight end somewhere. But all these guys, did you pick the right sport? And Chase Budinger, he played in the NBA, and he's not going to medal, but he is an Olympian.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool story. And not just I'm going to go pivot to do something else. I'm going to pivot at a world-class level.
That's right.
To do something else is pretty incredible.
Coming up next, we have 3 for Madness. Kyle will ask me 3 sports questions, but I don't want to just answer. Let's have you be a part of the conversation as well. Text line, call line 916-339-1140. And the chat mob, how you doing? It's Monday morning. We're rocking with you. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles, filling in.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike with the left hand.
Kings lead by 3. Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
To represent you. For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Kyle handling the phone lines. It's time for a little bit of 3 for Madness. Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. All right, Kyle, what's question number 1?
Question number 1, simple. Who you got advancing in the men's basketball quarterfinals? So we have Brazil versus the U.S., Germany versus Greece, Serbia versus Australia, and France against Canada. Who's winning those 4 games?
Well, obviously, I got the U.S. For Germany versus Greece. I mean, from what I've seen, and well, you got to let everybody know, Kyle, Thanasis is injured. Thanasis is injured for Greece, so that's a big deal.
He's like their
Greece.
6th best player. That's a big deal.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, that was weird because people were saying like, oh, Greece isn't going to make it out of the first round, and then I guess they won their last game and qualified. But
yeah, it's hard to pick against Giannis, so I think Greece will take care of business.
I don't know. The German team's got a lot of Wagners.
That's true. That's true.
Dennis Schroeder's been.
That's also true. He has been cooking.
FIBA MVPs, which Dennis Schroeder is slowly becoming one of those people like FIBA Patty Mills.
Yes.
Where it's just like they're a great NBA player, and then they get to FIBA and they just become the number 1 and are otherworldly. But in the NBA, they'd never get a chance to be a number 1.
I think you've convinced me. I'm going Germany there. I'm flip flopping. So I got USA. I got Germany. And speaking of Patty Mills, Serbia versus Australia. Again, it's basically a team of guys versus Jokic and the crew. I feel like I'm going Australia there.
Oh, now Serbia's also got Bogdanovic.
Yeah. I'm going Australia. I'm going Australia.
I'm not betting against Jokic. I'll go Serbia.
Okay, and France versus Canada. I think that's going to be a fun one. France a little bit early in their Olympic career. They're missing some guys that they'll have as they are a little bit later into their NBA and just basketball careers in general. I'm going Canada.
Yeah, I got to go with Jordy. Jordy might go all the way to the championship with this team.
Yeah, and what do they say? The USA, the kids, Mickey Mouse path. The USA has a Mickey Mouse path to the championship.
They earned that path by being the number 1 in point differential or whatever it is.
Yeah, it is a collision course for USA and Canada, but USA has to take care of business, and Canada has to take care of business first. What is question number 2, Kyle?
Question 2.
So an anonymous NBA executive believes the Wizards are expected to trade newly acquired Jonas Valanciunas before the trade deadline. So, Mr. Stiles, would you like the Kings to be in on the Valanciunas sweepstakes after December 15th?
What are the Wizards doing? What are they doing? And we have What Are We Doing coming up at the bottom of the hour, by the way. But I don't know what.
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
I don't know what the Wizards are doing when they got Valanciunas. I mean, he hasn't even played a minute. They're already talking about trading him. They move off of Denny Avdia. They bring in Brogdon, who Brogdon is
not for long. Come on, that Brogdon's not going to be there that long.
Look, we could have a different conversation about the Wizards at a different time because they're a complete mess. But as far as Valanciunas is concerned, I know there are a lot of Kings fans that would love Valanciunas on this team. ultimately it comes down to, Kyle, the same question with the Kings. Are you trying to move Domas to the 4? You're not going to bring Valanciunas off the bench, so you'd have to move Domantas Sabonis to the 4. And as my partner Chris Watkins likes to talk about, you can only play what you're able to guard. And Chris does not want Domas having to guard 4s, and I don't think I do either. So it's not that I don't want Valanciunas. The Kings have a very, very specific way that they play with Domas at the 5, and I don't know if you will utilize Valanciunas as best you could with Domas at the 4, because defensively that will be tough. And you're adding DeRozan, and DeRozan not known as a defender. So now you have DeRozan. DeRozan moves to the 2, and Sabonis moves to the 4. I don't think I like that a lot defensively.
I think this one is real simple in the sense that it is, do you want to give up draft capital, maybe not a lot of draft capital, but some draft capital to upgrade from Trey Lyles to Jonas Valanciunas? And I feel like the Kings don't really need that right now. Maybe down the road, if something happens with Trey Lyles, he's obviously on an expiring contract, but I don't think that's what Valanciunas and Lyles, I feel like, are competing for the same minutes in this scenario. And I feel like Trey Lyles is fine at this point. He can play some hybrid 5, some 4, depending on when Sabonis goes to the bench. I don't think there's a need to give up draft capital. Now, if they were just signing Valanciunas outright like the Wizards did, maybe that's another conversation. But if it's those two competing for minutes, I don't really see why they need to go upgrade to Valanciunas.
Yeah, it's just not a move that I think puts them over the top. And again, they're in a tough situation, as last week it came out that the Kings were interested. We had Brett Siegel on. It came out that the Kings were interested or have shown interest in Robert Williams of the Blazers, part of their 18 center roster. And Robert Williams is a guy who you can pop him in, you can pop him out, a little bit different to Valanciunas. Valanciunas, you don't want to bring somebody and not know how to utilize him correctly. And that's why I'm not going to give up draft capital for a guy who is not putting the Kings over the top.
I guess the argument to make is like, one, it might only be like a 2nd round pick or 2 second-round picks, and
Sure.
also the Lithuanian guys, Valanciunas and Sabonis are
and maybe
homies.
I'm underselling that. Maybe I'm underselling how much they do know how to play together. I'm more so talking about, I'm not underselling the 4s. Do you want Domantas Sabonis guarding Kawhi Leonard and Paul George? I mean, no.
No, I don't. I barely want him guarding bigs.
That's what exactly.
Moving him out to the perimeter is not a good idea.
What is the third question, Kyle?
Question 3.
We've been talking about Noah Lyles winning the 100-meter dash with a 9.78 second time.
Okay.
So, question is, how fast today would you be able to run a 100-meter dash?
So Noah Lyles ran a 9.78.
Yes.
All right. I'm trying to do the math and liken it to the 40.
Again, you're playing hurt a little bit.
I'm definitely playing hurt, right? I'm back. So I would say Noah Lyles ran a
9.783 or something like that.
I could get a 10.1.
What? 10.1 seconds?
Sure.
There were people who ran in that race that didn't get 10.1 seconds.
No one was okay. So
I'm thinking like 20.1 seconds.
If you so when you run, when you're looking at in a 40, what's really fast? A 4.2, a 4.3.
Yeah.
So in baseball, you run a 60. So back in my baseball days, I ran about a 6.6, 6.7.
Okay.
So now I'm just extending that out to the 100, and I'm trying to figure out.
But there's a difference here. You're talking about 40 yards.
That's right.
60 yards.
That's right.
This is 100 meters.
That's right.
It's a little bit longer.
That's
Not a
right.
lot, but a little bit longer.
Can you give me 10.7? Can I be 10? Am I 11? I don't know, Kyle. You asked me.
I know. I was thinking I would be in like the 19-20 second range.
19,
but I maybe 15, 16 for me. You're more of an athlete.
I can get 12.
But,
12.
Okay.
Will you allow 12?
Well, I won't allow 10.1. There were people who ran
I'm
in
at
the
10-7.
final that were
Somebody
not.
said I'm going to pull my groin trying to run a 10-1. You're not wrong.
Here's where you're
I can get 12. I can get you 12.
I'm fairly certain the gold medal winning time in the women's championship was 10.7.
I can get you 12.
Okay.
I can get you 12.
I think we're a little delusional on this. I'm putting myself down for like over under 19 and a half.
Silva says I can get a 13.3.
Again, 10.1 is crazy. 12, 13.
I can cook a little bit, Kyle. I can get you 12.
You might be more of a sprinter than a distance guy, but
that certainly is. I can get you 12, Kyle. I'm telling you that right now.
Okay, you can't.
We'll go outside right now during a break.
I know you can't get me 10.1.
I can't get you 10.1.
I think you can beat 15. I'm going to put myself down for 19.
I think I could definitely beat 15.
15 seconds. Okay.
Easy. With one Achilles.
Again, for reference, there were people in the women's championship of the world that were running 10, 11, 12 seconds.
I can get you 12.
Okay. I believe you.
No, you don't.
I know, but I'm being nice.
I can get you 12 and maybe 13.3.
13.
Just like Silva said. I can definitely get you 13.3.
13.3. I'll set the over under at 13.3 for you, and then I will be leaning on the over.
Kyle and I are going outside right now, and we're going to get this done when we come back. Why am I ticked off from these NBA 2K25 ratings? We go through the Kings. Who's too high? Who's too low? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember,
For the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in all of this week. Those two guys, some much-deserved vacation. And then after that, I will move back to my regular spot, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. with Chris Watkins for Stiles and Watkins. Chris Watkins will be in today to take you up to 2 p.m., 10 a.m., 2 p.m. Stiles and Watkins, this is from the 279, Kyle. My sons and I were at the American River yesterday, and we found a rope swing. And don't get me wrong, super fun, but today I'm definitely regretting that rope swing about 6 times and climbing up the hill to get back to it every time. My inner left thigh is dead today, and I serve as pools. Going to be a great day walking and bending. Ha, ha, ha. Always stretch if you are 30 plus. That's right. Always got to stretch. And, you know, Kyle, I'm a little bit out of breath. You wouldn't be able to tell, but we went outside. We lined it up, and I walked away with an 11.1. Tell him, Kyle.
Yeah, Stiles just absolutely dusted me.
That's right.
Just left me in the dust. You know, with that 11.1, I couldn't believe it. Stiles would have gotten a bronze medal in the women's 100-meter final.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm truly impressed with his performance.
I tried to tell you.
11.1 on a bum Achilles. I mean, he's going to – if you gave it 4 years, you might be able to catch Noah Lyles at the next Olympics.
I'll be 40, so no, I won't. No, I will not be doing.
I don't know. You're
anything
only 0.5 seconds behind him right now.
That would be I'll be a man though. I'm a man. I'm 40, so maybe I'll have that man strength when that time comes. About to get into these 2K25 ratings, and I'm not even a gamer, but I don't deal with disrespect very well, and we are going to break down the ratings for your Sacramento Kings and whether or not they are disrespectful. But Kyle just came across this and wanted to share it from Tim Kawakami and Tony Jones, who both work for The Athletic. Obviously, Tim Kawakami covers the Warriors and all things Bay Area. Tony Jones covers the Jazz and the Nuggets for The Athletic. This is kind of a big deal, Kyle. So we are on the eve of the extension for Lauri Markkanen. So this whole situation, as we continue to ask everybody who we have on Stiles and Watkins, hey, why is there no more movement right now? Is everybody waiting for the Lauri Markkanen shoe to drop and things like that? That's what we talked to Brett Siegel about of Clutch Points last week. And a lot of people thought Tony Jones was reporting that Lauri Markkanen loves Utah, wants to build a winner there, really enjoys being out there. Well, now we have this from Tim Kawakami and Tony Jones. Lauri Markkanen is unlikely to sign an extension with the Jazz tomorrow. According to The Athletic's Tony Jones, it's unlikely that Markkanen will sign the new deal by Tuesday, which makes sense. The 27-year-old Markkanen knows he's going to get major money either now or next summer. By not signing this week, Markkanen essentially gains a bit of control over his future. With that being said, if you're Danny Ainge, did that change how you're approaching? Hey, the Warriors don't want to give up Podziemski. I know they don't want to give up Podziemski. Maybe they would give up Kuminga. Ramona Shelburne reported there's 3 to 4 other teams other than the Warriors involved. If you're Danny Ainge now and Lauri Markkanen doesn't seem like he's going to sign this extension, do you waver on that price tag?
I don't know, because they don't need to make a move right now, right? Remember what happened last summer with Damian Lillard, where it was like, we knew it was going to get done eventually, but we had to kind of wait 2 months for the price to kind of meet what the Blazers were looking for. And probably in hindsight, the Blazers didn't come out all that great out of the trade.
Right.
They did okay, but not great at the end of the day. So looking at the Markkanen situation, I feel like it's similar in the sense that Utah doesn't have to make the move right now. Like ultimately they hold.
They could lose him though.
They could lose him, but not until the summer, where I feel like the leverage turns more to the Markkanen favor is once we hit training camp and once we start the season. Like once the season starts and Markkanen's still there and there isn't a contract extension, that might get a little bit messy.
Yeah, so that is the newest report coming from Tim Kawakami and Tony Jones. This whole thing has been a bit drawn out, trying to figure out whether or not Lauri Markkanen will stay in Utah, and he wants to win. He wants to play meaningful games. He's just starting to get to his prime at the age of 27. And if you're Danny Ainge, I mean, it's not a bad team, but you're not winning anything, right? So you have to make a decision. You got John Collins, who I think everybody likes John Collins. If you call in and you like John Collins, my guess is that you haven't looked at what John Collins is being paid.
Yeah, that was the whole thing with Utah, right? They took him on and gave up literally nothing. They just took him on for cap space, essentially. It was like a signing.
They're stuck in a bit of purgatory trying to figure out what they want to do. Jordan Clarkson, Colin Sexton. They got really good pieces for other teams, but collectively, it's just not enough.
Yeah, and I think they recognize that, but they also recognize that they're like 2 or 3 years away from competing. I've said the same thing with Markkanen for a while when we've had this conversation, is like, he reminds me of New York Knicks Kristaps Porzingis, and that it's like, if he's your number 1, you're not a playoff team. If he's your number 2, you're a play-in team. If he's your number 3, you're a pretty good team. If he's your number 4, we got something cooking here.
I would say if he's a 3, you could win a championship with Markkanen as a 3.
I mean, the Celtics kind of won a championship with Porzingis as the 3 in the finals. So I would agree with you. Yeah.
When he is able to play. But yeah, if you're the Warriors or any of these teams, you don't want to give up a king's ransom for a guy who you like him, but how much do you think? I mean, we'll talk about this Mikal Bridges situation, because the ridiculous amount of picks that the Knicks gave up for, and then you're going to see we'll discuss his 2K25 rating. Something is missing.
And you've been talking about this more than I have, certainly, so I'm kind of curious. Isn't that the whole reason why Markkanen and the Warriors are so connected, is because it's like Warriors are desperate, Jazz recognize that they might be the team most willing to give up the biggest offer. It's not that other teams don't like Markkanen, it's that the Jazz have a really high asking price, and they feel the Warriors might be the team that meets that asking price because of their timeline.
Yeah, the Warriors, all their business is out on Front Street, right? They all know that Steph Curry is 35, 36 years old. That window is closing, and the Jazz know that. The Warriors they're the ones that are lacking leverage. How desperate are you? That's really what the Jazz have said to the Warriors the whole time, and the Warriors continue to say, we're not that desperate, but honestly,
we'll pick up the phone, right?
Yes, we'll pick up the phone
in a way that 22 teams probably wouldn't pick up the phone.
And if you think, let's think about this: if the season starts and the Warriors, I think they're over under. I mean, they're looking at 43 games, something like that. I saw a picture of Draymond or a video of Draymond going around, and it was great stuff. But these guys aren't young. These guys are not young. 916-339-1140. Let's get to Jeff. Wants to be a part of the conversation. Then we'll get to these 2K25 ratings. What's up, Jeff? What you got for us?
Good morning. First of all, I want to pay a compliment. You got tremendous energy you bring to the show.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Jeff. Thank you so much.
And I like the variety of input on different sports, even bringing the Raiders. I'm a Raiders hater, but I like to hear about the Raiders anyway. But that's not the reason why I want to call, is that I want to share with you there's 2 camps here.
Mm-hmm.
There's the agents camp, and then there's obviously Mr. GM at Utah.
Mm-hmm.
His leverage is trying to get him on a contract to get more assets out of whoever trades for Markkanen. The agent's point of view is to keep him from signing a contract to limit destroying the team he ends up getting, because if Danny can't sign him, he's going to be limited on the amount of assets he can ask. He can get all the draft picks, which is fine, but he's not going to be able to destroy a team in the process of getting marketing. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, thanks for the call, Jeff. Always good to look at the different perspectives from the agent and also Danny Ainge. Yeah, if you sign Markkanen, you can still move him. I believe he would have to sign tomorrow. Even if he signed on the 7th, he wouldn't be able to get moved. So if you're the Jazz, you can still do whatever you want, right? You can sign Markkanen. He's still on the team. If you want to enter the Cooper Flag sweepstakes, you can do that. If you want to buy, right? There were reports last week that if the Jazz do sign Markkanen, they're going to turn into buyers. All right. So there's a lot of different options that they could go through. But if you are, just very similar to what Tim Kawakami said, if you are the agent, you're all about control. So you're telling Markkanen, we don't need to sign this extension. We know what's coming in the offseason. You can do your recruiting trips, you can hang out, and you can have a lot of fun this offseason, unless you truly do like Utah as much as some of the reports are saying.
I think the ultimate end goal for Utah, and it was kind of similar to what Jeff was leaning towards between the agent and Utah's side of things, is like Utah, Danny Ainge, who kind of represents Utah, recognize they are looking to get a player better than Lauri Markkanen to potentially be the number one. Do we do that through the draft, or do we do that through trade acquisitions of assets that we have and things like that? And from the Markkanen standpoint, it's like, if we're not going to get extended in Utah, which I think he gets a max but not a super max situation because of bird rights or whatever, if they go somewhere else, it's no different. We'll just hit free agency because we're not really going to get a different contract either which way or the other. So I think it's more so they're waiting for this season to roll around before they sign him potentially, because then they know he's part of their long-term vision and they can plan accordingly for, are we going to tank? Or are we going to, maybe try and trade for Darius Garland at the trade deadline? I don't know. Yeah, well, the Cavs are another team. They had a bunch of drama. Then they just signed everybody and everything's honky-dory. Coming up next, we're going to roll those 2K25 Kings ratings into what are we doing? There's a lot to get to in what are we doing. Coming up next, Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right out of the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This year, Dell Technologies Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, July was very good to the A's as they put together their best month since they were 17-9 back in June of 21. And they took advantage of a real quirk in the schedule, playing the Angels 10 times in July, and they went 8-2. And also good series against the Astros and the Phillies, going 2-1 against those two ball clubs as well.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan South filling in. And this is a bit heartbreaking, Kyle. I'm seeing this live here, or this was about 40 minutes ago. So there was the floor routine. And again, we're trying not to spoil things for people, but basically Anna Barbosu of Romania thought she got the bronze medal, but there ended up being a score change with one of the U.S. competitors, and it bumped Anna down to fourth. And she's holding the flag, very excited, and the score changes, and she's just crushed, man. It's rough.
I don't really want to watch that video now. That's really sad.
It's rough. There was a score change, and she went from third to fourth. So, yeah. But I will say the person that does get third is an American. So everybody is torn basically on the timeline because they're happy, but at the same time they feel bad for her.
Yeah. I feel like I'm less torn on that one. I just feel really bad for her.
Yeah.
It's just, it's the timing of it all that's unfortunate. Like that's probably an error on the part of the scorekeepers that set it up that way. So it's just an unfortunate situation, and I feel really bad for her.
Yeah. All right, let's get into a little bit of what are we doing?
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
Let's start with the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays yesterday, 2 days ago, the Blue Jays gave Aaron Judge the Barry Bonds treatment, Kyle. They intentionally walked him with nobody on base. The Blue Jays are 10 games out of a playoff spot, and it was in the second inning. They were already losing 4-1 when they decided to walk Aaron Judge with nobody on base. What are we doing, Blue Jays? What are we doing? They still got Vladdy. They still got Bo Bichette and his beautiful hair. They're a complete mess. Complete mess. That's bad for baseball.
I mean, they're the same camp as the White Sox, right? Where it's like your window doesn't last forever. Yep. They thought it was like, we're getting better. The windows we're almost going to catch we caught the Yankees. We're going to catch the Rays next. We're almost there. And then they blew an 8-1 lead in the playoffs against the Mariners and just haven't been back since.
What are we doing? Snoop Dogg is reportedly being paid $500,000 per day in addition to covering his expenses for his promotional work for the Olympics. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this with the utmost respect. I really wish I was with Chris Watkins for this one because I think he'd feel the same way. It's a little much. It's a lot of Snoop Dogg. All right, everybody loves Snoop. I'm not trying to be that guy, but I'm a little Snoop Dogged out. I don't need to see him every second of every day, and then it's Snoop Dogg. Then it's Snoop Dogg giving his thoughts on what we just watched while Snoop Dogg was watching it. Then there was Snoop's 10 best plays as Snoop's doing his Snoop thing, describing the 10 best plays from the Olympics, and it was maybe from week 1. I don't know what it was, but it's a lot of Snoop Dogg, Kyle.
I think on one of the YouTube channels for NBC, they have Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart tasting food around Paris too.
Are you serious?
I saw it in my feed. I didn't watch the video, but I know it exists.
Well, I'm not watching that. Shout out Snoop Dogg. We love him, but it's a little much.
Snoop Dogg is in that camp. There's a few people I think of like this. He is in that camp of all money is good money, man.
That's right.
All money is good money.
That's right. That's right. All right. Let's kill the music and get to this sound. It is the 1-year anniversary of really the fastest plummet you've ever seen of a career and a franchise.
Here it comes. A swing and a smash to first by the diving Vaughn. Down the right field line. Kicks into the corner. Ramirez on his way to second. Head first slide. Safe and in to score is Jimenez. And another hustle double. Right over the bag at first. Now Hosey and Anderson square off. They're fighting. They're swinging. Down goes Anderson. Down goes Anderson.
So, on this day in sports history, Tim Anderson got knocked the bleep out by Jose Ramirez, and Jose Ramirez knocked him out so much he forgot how to hit. This guy was a batting title champion, okay? Best batting average. Prior to that, you saw him walk off against the Yankees. You thought, man, maybe this guy could be the face, right? He was a shortstop, all right? He had the swag. He had the bat flips. He got knocked out, forgot how to hit, had to sign to the Marlins this past season, and got released, got DFA'd by the Marlins. He is now a free agent. Nobody wants to touch Tim Anderson. The White Sox are in complete shambles. Not only that, if you Google Tim Anderson, we won't get into his personal life, but you should check out what else has happened with him.
We won't get into it, but you should check it out.
You should definitely check it out. He was on The Pivot with Ryan Clark, and he talked about basically there's some drama with Tim Anderson and what he did right off the baseball field in his personal life with his relationship. So he really jacked everything up. And then he got jacked up, and now he's no longer in the league.
I forgot about this until it just clicked in my head. He was on the 2023 American World Baseball Classic team.
That's right. I think he played second base. He started.
That was 18 months ago.
Yep.
And
he got knocked out.
It's been a complete free fall. I know I mentioned this in Safer Out earlier, but it's just incredible. The White Sox, since Tim Anderson got knocked the bleep out, 44 and 120.
It's bad.
That's all-time levels of bad in the year since that happened.
And I'm gonna full disclosure, okay? I gotta be honest with you, and we have a new audience, or at least I do, from the morning. And by the way, shout out to you, all you early morning birds out there. I gotta be honest with you. My dad, he's not a baseball fan really, but he is from the South Side of Chicago. And when they came out with the City Connects, it's gonna get bad, Kyle. When they came out with the City Connects, it said Southside on it, the jersey. Man, that's pretty cool. At the time, seemed like a pretty safe bet. Okay, he like I said, he was walking off, he had the bat flips. So yeah, I purchased a Tim Anderson Southside jersey. He proceeded to get knocked the bleep out, and I don't know what to do with the jersey. I can't wear it.
You still own it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get it from my dad. I got it for me. And it's just sitting in my closet gathering dust. I cannot wear that.
I'll take it. I mean,
I can't wear that.
I'm happy to represent that I'm a loser. Absolutely.
I'm too old for music festivals now. I don't know where I'm going to wear this thing. I don't know why I even bought it, to be completely honest with you.
Look, it was going to be cool at the time. You were going to go to the Field of Dreams game. He was the Field of Dreams hero. Tim Anderson was on top of the world. And the reason I I personally love Tim Anderson so much is I love the athletes that have like active disdain for their sport.
Yeah.
Like Tim Anderson is like, I don't like baseball. I'm just amazing at it. And I get paid a lot of money to do it. But
he's done now.
Yeah. Now at least he got his bag, but like, that's wild how the entire franchise has just completely fallen. And obviously it was falling apart before that. You mentioned the Tony La Russa of it all earlier. Like it was going bad before all of this, but oh man, it is crazy how bad it's gotten.
Down goes Anderson.
Down goes Anderson. Next on What Are We Doing? So this was voted by the players, this NFL players list. And I don't know what the NFL players are doing, Kyle. Not only, everybody keeps saying Tyreek Hill at number 1. He was voted or ranked number 1 for the NFL players list. And everyone's saying, well, Tyreek Hill is in front of Patrick Mahomes. But it's not just Patrick Mahomes. You had Tyreek Hill at number 1, Lamar Jackson after that stinky performance at number 2, where he lost to Patrick Mahomes, and Christian McCaffrey at number 3, putting Patrick Mahomes at number 4. NFL players, what are we doing? Do you want him ticked off? Do you want him?
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
Do you want him playing with an extra chip on his shoulder? Too much dip on his chip? Why? How does that happen?
Okay, so Lamar Jackson did win NFL MVP last year.
Don't care.
Christian McCaffrey did win Offensive Player of the Year last year.
Don't care.
I agree with you that Patrick Mahomes should be number 1, but I don't have much argument with the 1, 2, 3 that came after him. It's just, if Tyreek Hill, if not for getting hurt those last 4 weeks, would have broke the receiving record. It's just, I don't have a problem with them being 1, 2, 3. It's just them being behind Mahomes that I think has everyone up in arms because he's Patrick Mahomes. How could you not list him as the number 1 player?
I just don't understand it. And if you're a Niner fan, you're getting ready to see the Chiefs again. If you get back to the Super Bowl, assuming they're there, you can thank the players. You can thank the players because you know Patrick Mahomes and that Kermit voice of his. He's got something to say.
3-peat on the way.
He's gonna have something to say. I couldn't believe that. I mean, I couldn't believe that. I mean, what is the most egregious one, right? I mean, I think Tyreek is the most. I don't know who's more egregious, Tyreek or Lamar.
But the difference between 2, 3, and 4 is not that dramatic, right? Like if Tyreek Hill is 2 instead of 1, maybe if it's Lamar Jackson, Tyreek Hill, Christian McCaffrey, are people as up in arms as Tyreek Hill, Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so. Because Lamar, we know that he struggled in the playoffs and they just lost to the Chiefs.
I get it, but he
didn't fumble. I get it.
He is the defending MVP.
He is. Yeah. And I guess none of them are egregious. It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
Well, yeah, the Mahomes of it all is what's throwing people up in arms.
Yeah.
That's kind of my argument is like Mahomes is the indisputable 1. But after that, if you go Tyreek, Lamar, Christian McCaffrey, who's number 5? Wasn't it Trent Williams was 6 or 7. I can't remember who. Oh, Myles Garrett was number 5.
Yeah.
So like I don't really have that much of an issue with that 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just the Mahomes at 4 is kind of weird.
Well, that was What Are We Doing? Coming up next, we have a conversation about Brandon Aiyuk. He's getting moved. He's not getting moved. We'll hear what Adam Schefter had to say. And we asked the question, how often has this worked out for players? Le'Veon Bell, does that name ring a bell? Coming up next on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. I'll be filling in all week. And then after that, it's back to 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stiles and Watkins. Watkins' Gotcha coming up after this in a couple hours. Want to get into this Brandon Aiyuk stuff, but first, been teasing these 2K25 ratings. And Kyle, this is how we're going to do it since I'm looking at them. Have you seen them already? Okay, so you've seen a couple. I'm not hearing you, by the way, Kyle.
Oh, sorry about that. I've seen a few of them. I've seen what Sabonis is.
Okay.
I've seen what DeRozan is, and I saw, I think, Herter.
Gotcha. All right, so there are a couple here that we can have some fun with. For those wondering, Domantas Sabonis comes in at a 90. Sabonis ranked even at a 90. Looks like he's up 3 points from last season. Okay, so Domantas Sabonis is up to a 90. All right, so you haven't seen De'Aaron Fox yet, Kyle.
No, I do not know what De'Aaron Fox is.
Give me a guess for De'Aaron Fox.
If Sabonis is a 90, I'm going to say like 87.
De'Aaron Fox is at 89.
Okay.
You like that?
89. If Sabonis is a 90, then yeah, that's about pretty good. I was thinking 87, 88.
That's
but
a little low. That's low to me.
Okay, I know you can't look it up right now, but who are the comparable 89s? Like, if Jamal Murray is a 92, then yeah, that's probably not fair to De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess 2K is being more gatekeepy with their ratings a little bit.
What do you think Ja Morant is?
Oh, that's a great comparison. I'm going to say if Fox is an 89, Ja Morant should be an 88, 89 too.
Ja Morant is a 93.
Yeah, no, that ain't it. Ja Morant versus Fox is not that different.
Ja Morant is a 93. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to me.
I mean, in fairness, he did miss all of last year, but so maybe they're just not holding that against him. But if Fox is an 89, Ja Morant should probably be an 89.
Domantas Sabonis, a 90. De'Aaron Fox, 89. You said you saw DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan at an 88. Okay. And next we have Keegan Murray. What do you think Keegan Murray is?
Good question. I'll say 83.
Keegan Murray is an 81. It's the Kings, Kyle. Whatever you think it is, just subtract 2 or 3 points.
Okay. I'll hang on to the disrespect except for De'Aaron Fox.
And I think De'Aaron Fox is disrespected, but I guess that would have to mean that Domantas Sabonis is disrespected.
Yeah, that was the one. If Ja Morant's a 93 and Sabonis is a 90, that is just crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Crazy.
It's ridiculous. Like I said, it's a popularity contest. Okay, so you have Keegan Murray at an 81. Malik Monk.
Ooh, that's a good question. I'm gonna say he's the same as Keegan. I'll say they're both 81.
Great job, Malik Monk, an 81.
I know my Kings.
That's right.
I don't know the rating. I don't know the 2K rating system, but I know Keegan and Malik are probably about the same.
Domantas Sabonis, a 90. De'Aaron Fox, 89. DeMar DeRozan, 88. Keegan Murray, 81. Malik Monk, 81. Some of the other players. You said you saw Kevin Huerter?
I think I saw it in passing. Isn't he like a 76 or something like that?
He's a 76.
Yeah, I don't know why I saw that, but yeah.
Very interesting. I don't know what to make of this. Kevin Huerter, Keon Ellis, and Trey Lyles are all 76.
Really? Keon Ellis is a 76?
Keon Ellis is a 76.
I don't know how I feel about that one because obviously he did start in the playoffs last year and he's going to be a rotational player coming into this year. But I mean, what was the difference between Kevin Huerter and Keon Ellis coming into the season last year? I mean, it had to be.
Yeah. Kevin Huerter is down. Kevin Huerter was at an 80 last season and he went down 4 to a 76. Keon Ellis Keon Ellis wasn't even in the 70s. I mean, he was, you know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously.
So he's up 8 points. Funny enough, those 3 guys are 76s, and JaVale McGee, who doesn't have a job right now. I don't think he's signed anywhere yet.
Not that I'm aware of.
JaVale McGee is a 75.
Do they still list him as a King, though, for the purposes
He's
of
on the
this?
list, yeah.
Okay.
He's a 75. Jordan McLaughlin's a 75. For all of you gamers out there, I am not a gamer, but respect the gamers.
Neither am I. What about our newbie, Jaden McDaniels?
Yeah, Jalen McDaniels is a 72. He's
72.
down 4 points from last season.
Okay, well,
which is the same as Colby Jones.
Oh, so not really loving McDaniels all that much. I guess no. I'm just trying to think who else is a potential rotational player for the King. I'm guessing Alex Len is probably around that same spot.
Alex Len is a 70.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Alex Len's a 70. Mason Jones is a 70. And those are your Sacramento Kings 2K25 ratings. Time to get into some Brandon Aiyuk now, Kyle. And I was trying to think about this off the top of my head. situations where it's actually worked out for the player has said, in the NFL specifically, the player has said, trade me, or has kind of put up a stink, and it worked out for them. The most obvious case is Le'Veon Bell, and it did not work out for Le'Veon Bell.
Yeah, I mean, he sat out a whole season.
Yeah, and then was not good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he got a little bit of money at least, although it seems like, I don't want to speculate, but it seems like he may have burned through a lot of that money already at this point.
He was boxing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's boxing. I think was he doing music? I don't remember, but it seems like he's doing some. Anyways, the point being, he got his contract, but it was a colossal failure with the Jets when he did eventually come back.
We have this Adam Schefter sound from Pat McAfee, and this was, I believe, on Friday. So obviously, we're looking for movement there, but this was Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee when everything came out about whether or not Brandon Aiyuk was going to be moved. There are now reports that Brandon Aiyuk might go to the Patriots. They seem to be emerging, and you got to be careful what you wish for. But here's Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee.
Yeah, well, basically, there's no new deal there, and again, they've had a really hard time working out a deal between the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk, and they've continued talking, but they just haven't made a lot of progress. So I think that's probably probably a little bit. They haven't made a lot of progress, so it's probably a little bit discouraging to both right now to try to get that done. And so it wasn't thank you for taking care of me kind of message, if that's what you're saying.
Okay. So that was Adam Schefter and his phone going off, and Pat McAfee asking, is that them, as in the Niners? But now the reports are that the Patriots are very, very interested in Brandon Aiyuk. And I got to say, Kyle, got to be careful what you wish for, all right? I mean, I know Joe Milton has looked good. I guess Drake May, even though he was very impressive with the Giants during on Hard Knocks, Drake May has not looked great. And you have Joe Milton, who can throw the ball a mile, but we're not really sure who he's going to be in this league. Kind of reminds me of a different version of Anthony Richardson in a way. And we don't know what Anthony Richardson is going to be. I know a lot of people are high on him. Chris Watkins, very high on him. But, Kyle, you got to be careful what you wish for. Brandon Aiyuk, he wants this money. Kyle, this guy, I believe he went to high school in Nevada, okay? He was born in Northern California. He then goes to Arizona State, all right, after JUCO. Shout out JUCOs. And now he plays in the Bay Area. Are you sure you want to go to New England? I mean, you've only played high-level football since you entered the NFL. You've been to Super Bowls. You've been to NFC Championship games. Okay, you're in the Bay Area and that weather. Trade me. I want to get paid, and I'm not trying to pocket watch here. But you sure you want to go to New England, new coach, don't even know who the starting quarterback is, and you got to deal with that weather? Be careful what you wish for, Kyle.
Especially because Jacoby Brissett is your quarterback for
Jacoby Brissett.
8 weeks.
His what is it? Biannual stint with the Patriots has come back around.
Yeah, he's just kind of become that guy who's just your stopgap quarterback for a young guy, kind of like what Andy Dalton was for the last 4 years. You were talking about the examples of people where this may or may not have worked out. It feels like the best example I could think of for this situation is what happened with Davante Adams, where it's like, I'm in a really good situation. Team's not really looking to pay me long term because they're kind of pivoting off of this core. Got out to Vegas, didn't have the same quality of quarterback play, but got his quote unquote bag to play for the Raiders. And the Raiders have not played a single snap of relevant football while Davante Adams has been there. But Davante Adams is still putting up numbers and getting money. It's just the Raiders have gone through 5 different quarterbacks in the 2 years that Davante Adams has been there. And I don't know, do you view it's not as clear-cut a misstep as Le'Veon Bell, but do you view what happened with Davante Adams and the Raiders as a bad choice for Davante, or okay, the situation turned out okay?
At the time, no. I mean, let us not forget, he was supposed to link up with his boy from Fresno State. Shout out Fresno. I like to say Frez, yes. Everybody thought that this was going to work out. Everybody thought that the Raiders were coming. Oh, they got this guy. They got Jacobs. They got Devontae Adams. And then they were terrible, and Derek Carr was awful and got moved immediately or left the Raiders. He got benched. Okay, then it was, oh, well, AOC is this new guy, and we're going to rock with him. And he didn't look good yesterday because he balled out in one preseason game.
It was also Garoppolo for like 4
weeks. And it was Garoppolo, and I haven't watched Receiver on Netflix, but I've been told or I have seen that Jimmy Garoppolo should not watch that show.
Oh, Devontae Adams straight up said before the season started, I don't agree with the front office, but I'm just going to roll with it. He said that in like July of last year.
They just refuse. They refuse to just take their medicine. They refuse. And then you go on, you get Gardner Minshew. I don't think Gardner Minshew's bad, but what exactly are you trying to accomplish? So I think that Devontae, to your point, I would say yes. It didn't end up working out for him, but when it initially happened, he got his bag and he got to not come home, but come back to the West Coast, play with his teammate. Everybody thought, wow, this is a perfect situation for Devontae. It just went horribly wrong after that.
Well, so here's where I think the key difference is in the two situations. Brandon Aiyuk is a very, very good receiver. He's not Devontae Adams.
No, he's not.
Like, Devontae Adams has made this work because he is a singularly great first ballot Hall of Fame caliber of receiver. Brandon Aiyuk is a very, very good receiver, and he's going to get paid like a very, very good top 5, top 10 receiver. There's a difference between that and Devontae Adams, and I think that's where going to a New England, or I know Washington is also in the mix there, or the Steelers, where it's either a rookie quarterback or not a long-term option at quarterback, might not go the way Brandon Aiyuk may have hoped it would, but ultimately you get the long-term contract.
Coming up next, there is a Portland Trailblazer that may be available coming soon. We'll tell you who it is, and here's a hint. It's not Jeremy Grant. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles, filling in today, tomorrow, the next day, all the way through Friday, and then it is back to the midday with Chris Watkins. Kyle, so much talk about Deandre Ayton and about Jeremy Grant. Can I interest you in one Deandre Ayton? Played 55 games this past season. Averaged 16.7 points, which is also his career average, funny enough. 11.1 rebounds, 1.6 assists. 82% from the free throw line. Pretty darn good for a big man. We know he has the floater. We know he has that mid-range. We know that he was a #1 overall pick. And that's the good with Deandre Ayton. The not so good with Deandre Ayton and why there are question marks with him and whether or not you'd want him on your team is because you might want Deandre Ayton, But do you want to pay DeAndre Ayton $34 million this season and $35.5 million next season, and then he would become a free agent? Kyle, are you in or out on DeAndre Ayton on your Sacramento Kings?
Well, that's the key. For the Sacramento Kings, no, because
it's the Valanciunas argument, pretty much.
Well, it's not just a Valanciunas argument. At least Valanciunas is only making $10 million a year.
Yeah.
With the $32 million a year, you gotta match some.
Oh, 34.
salaries.
34.
Sorry, at the $34 million a year, you
Yeah.
got to give up a significant piece of your rotation. For another team, I think DeAndre Ayton is more appealing. At a lesser price tag, I think DeAndre Ayton is a super appealing option. It's so weird with him. I still
You think something's there?
I still believe that it's there because I saw it like during that playoff or that run the Suns went on to the championship, and then the following year where they won 62 games. Like he was the third best player on a team that came within 2 games of winning a championship. I saw it. People can't. I know it was during the weird season where they played the finals in August, but I saw it. DeAndre Ayton was that guy. I don't know what has happened in the time since, other than he got into a giant fight with Monty Williams, and then he had the funny quote over the summer about how he was like, it's been an during the fall, he's like, it's been an adjustment coming to Portland. I was living on an air mattress for 2 weeks.
Yeah, he was living on an air mattress. He had the situation we joked about earlier where he got snowed in. He couldn't get to a game.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he couldn't get to a game because there was snow. I'm looking here, and that $34 million, I mean, the Kings just don't really have it on the books. You could send them Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter right now, and you're missing $10 million.
Yeah.
That's only $24 million. I don't know where else you're going to get that $10 million, even if you wanted to do a deal. And then on top of that, you have to ask the question, hey, why would the Blazers want to do this deal? Why would the Blazers want Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter?
If the Kings wanted to get DeAndre Ayton for any reason, it would have had to have been before they traded Davion and Sasha to Toronto.
Yeah, there's no way for them to get there right now because some of their newer acquisitions, obviously you can't move them until later in the season. But to me, it's a similar conversation to Sabonis gameplay wise, not necessarily the salary, but gameplay wise, you're changing. You have to change really your whole identity, because that would put Domantas Sabonis at the 4, and you're going with more of a traditional center. Is Domantas Sabonis going to be able to guard the Jeremy Grants of the world and guys like that? I don't want that.
No, and I think the Kings
talk about spacing as well. That spacing now you have, and I think the DeMar DeRozan spacing thing is overblown. But DeAndre Ayton, Sabonis, and to a lesser degree, DeMar DeRozan and De'Aaron Fox, who has been hot and cold with his 3-ball, that spacing is basuda. That spacing is trash.
Yeah, this is what's so intriguing about Ayton himself, because I think we both agree the Kings, it's just not realistic and or makes sense for what the Kings are doing to get Ayton. But what's so interesting about him as the player is a situation like Portland was supposed to be, where he put up numbers on a team that wasn't supposed to be good, but it was supposed to help him kind of take that next step. Remember when he signed the restricted free agency deal with Indiana? And that was before Halliburton had kind of blown up, and they were kind of on the outs with, they've been on the outs with Miles Turner for like 8 years, but he's still there. But it was supposed to be like rebuilding situation, gets a shot as a number 2, can flourish so that by the time he gets to this year or next year where he's in line for a max, maybe he's good enough to get that max extension in his 7th or 8th year. And what was so weird about last year is it was like, okay, he started out with 9 points a game. Then he got to 11. And I just kept thinking he was going to break out. And for some reason, he just stayed at 9 points a game all season. And I didn't watch enough Portland to know what was happening, but I thought he was going to be the leading scorer on that team. I thought it was going to be him and Scoot putting up numbers on a team that stunk. And it just was not that at all last year.
By the way, Scoot just signed to Clutch. He's now on the Clutch roster. And yeah, the Blazers, if I'm the Blazers, I'm trying to enter the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. And they have too many guards, and too many centers. And there was a report last week that the Kings were interested in the Time Lord and Robert Williams, and that makes sense. But they have all these guys. You got Denny Avdia now, right? So you need to move off. They're trying to move off of Anthony Simons because they got Shaden Sharp, they got Scoot Henderson, they got Anthony Simons. They have to move off
Chris Murray. Chris Murray,
and you have Jeremy Grant, and they want 2 firsts for Jeremy Grant. And again, everybody is looking around saying, we know you don't want to pay. We know you don't want to keep Jeremy Grant because he actually makes you too good, right? Just good enough to get out of the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. So the Blazers, they got to figure it out. And then they just drafted another center, right? So
Klingon, right?
Klingon.
Yeah.
So the Blazers, there's going to be a fire sale at some point, and I think that's what everyone is waiting for. Nobody wants to be too early. You know, you ever see, Kyle, if you buy something online and then it goes on sale 2 days later and you're annoyed because you could have got it at that price? I think that's what the holdup is with the movement for the Blazers veterans. Nobody wants to pay the high price. They're waiting for Prime Day or whatever it is.
I guess there's a lot of those guys. Like Thibault is someone I've been wanting for 2 years on the Kings. That one, awesome. Go for it. It's just to get the best odds for the lottery, you kind of have to just finish in the bottom 3. I don't think Portland's going to have any problem finishing in the bottom 3 this year if Jeremy Grant is your number 1 scoring option. But they just got to kind of clear out the closet, because this is what happens in rebuilding situations. 80% of the players, or maybe 90% of the players on the team right now will not be on the team in 2 years. That's kind of what the rebuild is. You cycle players in and out. It's just, you're right. I'm surprised they haven't pulled the deal on even one trade yet.
916-339-1140. Are you interested in one Deandre Ayton? Make the case, because Kyle and myself, we're not convinced. Are you convinced that this new group of NFL Hall of Famers, the 2025 list just came out, are you convinced they should make it in? Also, we get back into some Kings. Are you worried another team is going to make another move before the Kings do? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie. I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. It is Monday, the start of a new week, and we're heading into more heat. Expect a pleasant morning, so get out and enjoy that. By the afternoon, mostly sunny skies expected with a high today of 100 degrees. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's been said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to a nice, cool summer, it's so true. Right now, get a complete air conditioner tune-up for just $59. Bonnie. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
At Lowe's, save big every day. Right now, get a free pneumatic nailer when you buy a pallet of Metabo HPT nails. And there's more. Save 10% on select shingles when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices on the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
This year, Dell Technologies Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida. Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Halfway through the 8 o'clock hour, Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. More is coming out. Jeremy Grant, about to get into the first-time eligibles for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class of 2025, but more is coming out. Brett Siegel, friend of the station and friend of Stiles and Watkins, just put out an article about Lauri Markkanen and the looming extension talks that really the Jazz can offer to him tomorrow, and we'll grab our popcorn and see what happens. Along with Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant, there is some information coming from Yahoo Sports' Jake Fisher about Jeremy Grant. And really, when we say these names, and I know we say a lot of the same names, this report that I'll share kind of just gives a bit of a look into the person versus the player, right? I know we're talking about NBA 2K25, but this report from Jake Fisher really just kind of speaks to what Jeremy Grant is looking for, which is something that we haven't heard. So I'll get into that in a bit. But Kyle, first-time eligibles for the Pro Football Hall of Fame class from Adam Schefter. Here you go. Any of these names doing it for you? Eli Manning.
Hard no.
Terrell Suggs.
Maybe.
Marshawn Lynch.
Not first time, but yes, eventually.
Earl Thomas.
No.
Aqib, I'll take your chain to leave.
Wish he did more broadcasting, but no.
Adam Vinatieri.
Yes.
Luke Kuechly.
Yes.
Yeah. I like Luke Kuechly. I like Adam Vinatieri. Marshawn is a tough. You want to put him in.
He should get in eventually, and the only reason he wouldn't is just the running back position losing its value over the last 20 years. I mean, there's only going to be... Since Adrian Peterson, which is 2005, there's only going to be, 4 Hall of Fame running backs in the league. It's going to be him, Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, and maybe Marshawn, maybe Frank Gore.
So we're finally here with Eli Manning. The time is upon us. He is eligible. You're already shaking your head. You know who he is, the Giant Slayer. Well, he played for the New York Giants, but the Giant Slayer as in beating Tom Brady and that undefeated Patriots team take really the kryptonite to Tom Brady's Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Get him in the hall, Kyle. Get him in the hall.
Okay, I want to be clear about this. He will get into the Hall of Fame because he is part of football's royal family. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get in. He does not deserve to get in. He is essentially Carson Palmer. Carson Palmer and Eli Manning.
With Super Bowls?
He's Carson Palmer with 2 Super Bowl rings. That's basically Eli Manning's entire career. He is, other people are like, but he's top 10 in passing yards. So is Carson Palmer. Like, the passing yards thing has changed in the modern NFL so much. And you know what else he is? Top 10 all time in interceptions thrown. And the Giants were like not very good in any other if you want to do the winning thing, he won 2 Super Bowls and never won another playoff game. Like, he is Carson Palmer. He's got to get in, Kyle. He's Carson Palmer.
He's got to get in.
No one is ever going to say Carson Palmer is a Hall of Famer.
He's got to get in, man.
He's going to, but he shouldn't. I'm already pounding fists on the table to try and get Phillip Rivers into the Hall of Fame, and he's Dan Marino.
Sure.
Trying to get him in. Eli Manning is a whole nother conversation, but everyone just lets him waltz through the door because he's Eli Manning.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the accolades he's lacking there, right? I mean, he's not a guy. We talked about Jamal Murray earlier in the show and not having any all-stars, but he's got that ring. Jamal Murray is not a Hall of Famer. Now, Jamal Murray is not done with his career, and it's much easier to get into the Basketball Hall of Fame than the NFL Hall of Fame. But, you know, guys like this that have really high highs, but they just don't sustain. That's what can be confusing. I mean, you have a guy like Jamal Murray, and we were talking about the no-hitter with Blake Snell, how Blake Snell turns it on towards the second part of the year, and he's got that crazy stat you said, more Cy Youngs than all-star appearances. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. So similar book, maybe a different chapter in a similar book for Eli Manning. He's got the 2 Super Bowls, but not much else. But he's Eli Manning. He's aw shucks, and he's on the Manning cast, and the Mannings own the world, and have all the broadcasts. I mean, he's gonna get in, but there are, who was it? Dion back in the day said we need a different level of Hall of Famers because these gold jackets are just getting handed out now. And maybe you can't do it. Once you're in, you're in.
It's not even true that these gold jackets are getting handled out.
That's what Dion said.
Football is kind of gatekeeping their Hall of Fame because they set it at like you can only have 7 every year.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what, you can only have 7 people get in, which is crazy. I mean, again, San Diego guy, I'm going to be that guy. Antonio Gates not being in the Hall of Fame first ballot is crazy. He was the greatest tight end of all time before Rob Gronkowski. So it's crazy that he's not in the Hall of Fame on the first try, but you only get 7 people. So some people are going to get cut. The Vinatieri one, I think, is the one that's going to be fun to talk about because kickers get into the Hall of Fame, but It's just going to be a place of who are you going to have to keep out of the Hall of Fame for at least 1 year to put in Adam Vinatieri?
Yeah. So a pretty good list. Obviously, you got Beast Mode, Marshawn Lynch, and the Skittles. He will probably get in there eventually, but yeah, not so sure. Not so sure about how quickly Eli Manning will get in.
It might be this year, dude. I'm not even kidding you. It might be first ballot, which is just absurd that it might actually happen this year. Like, Luke Kuechly is the one. Like, if Patrick Willis got in, Luke Kuechly is eventually going to get in the Hall of Fame because their careers are very similar. Like 8 years of killing it and then retired early. But like, if Luke Kuechly, I would make the argument Luke Kuechly should be a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's going to have to wait because of freaking Eli Manning. And we got to anoint Eli Manning as this quarterback of a generation that's going to get into the freaking Hall of Fame.
Life is about moments, Kyle. And Eli Manning, he had some really, really good moments. All right. He didn't necessarily have a lot of them, but he had some good moments.
He had 2.
He did.
2. And
2 of the biggest.
And the game where the Giants all showed up on a boat. The receivers all showed up on a boat before a playoff game. That too.
And I don't know if have they won a playoff game since?
Yeah, they won that dumb one a couple years ago with Daniel Jones.
Oh, that's right. Got him paid
against the Vikings. Yeah, but before that, they hadn't won a playoff game since that, which honestly, do we even have to really count that one? I mean, it was if you lose 40-0 in your second playoff game, should the first playoff win actually count?
No, but that's where we're at with this whole thing. We are going to get into the Jeremy Grant report that kind of talks about who he is as a player and what he's looking for throughout the rest of his career. Also, a new article just came out from Clutch Points, Brett Siegel on Lauri Markkanen with that extension looming. We get into all of that, but coming up next, who's hot, who's not, and we will go streaking. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly. I love you just Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Whitey here reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Bianna's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This year, Dell Technologies' Back to School event is delivering impressive tech with an inspiring purpose. Learn how Dell is helping Computer Aid, whose work is helping solar community hubs with tech and AI literacy skills to empower remote, displaced, or disconnected communities around the world. Help Dell make a difference and shop AI-ready PCs powered by Snapdragon X Series processors at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
The NBA app is everyone's app. Every fan of every team.
Oh, my goodness.
Everyone who follows LeBron, Tatum, and Embiid in the app. Every warrior who's ready to go to battle over three-point percentages. Every streetwear king who's here for the tunnel fits. Every young buck, nugget, and grizzly who wants to take a peek behind the scenes of the league. And everyone else on this floating basketball we call Earth. Download the NBA app today. Available in the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
What's hot and what's not. Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in. We will be joined by Kristen Peak, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo Sports at 9:15. You don't want to miss the gems that she has to drop on Devin Carter and Boogie Ellis as well. Kyle, what's hot?
What's hot is the United States. Big weekend at the Olympics for them. Simone Biles got her 7th gold medal. That's an all-time record. Katie Ledecky became the first American to win gold in a swimming event at 4 different Olympics.
Crazy.
And Noah Lyles won the 100-meter dash, becoming the first American to win that in over 20 years.
Wow. By 5,000ths of a second.
Yes.
Noah
Even
Lyles
though
gets it
you
done.
would not have known that on the call that the broadcaster on NBC had.
Now Thompson starts to wind up. Curly's going with him. This is close. Jamaica's going to do it. Keishawn Thompson is a gold medalist on debut.
He was not.
He was not. That was Noah Lyles. So great stuff there from the Americans with more golds to come. And they still trail China by, I believe it was 2 or 3 gold medals. But if basketball takes care of business and you still have Noah Lyles in the 200, you still got the women's 200 as well. So hopefully in a couple days, USA will be on top as far as the gold medals are concerned. All right, Kyle, what is not?
Well, who's not is the dastardly Chicago White Sox.
Man.
Because the Chicago White Sox, we've been joking about this all morning, but I just thought of another crazy thing. On the day that Tim Anderson got knocked the bleep out by Jose Ramirez, they have a chance to set or tie the American League record for longest losing streak. 123 years of American League history. No one has ever had more than 21 game losing streak. The White Sox can match that tonight, just 40 minutes away from here in Oakland.
Terrible. Just terrible. And Jose Ramirez with the knock heard round the world. Where were you when Tim Anderson got knocked the bleep out? Do you have that knockout over the Jose Bautista knockout?
The Jose Bautista one has a personal love in my heart, so I'm going to have to side with the Jose Bautista one.
Yeah, the shades falling off.
Yeah. I used to love that Texas Rangers team that had like Rogned Odor and Elvis Andrus and Adrian Beltre, like, because when I was growing up, San Diego was terrible, so I was like, I got to find a team that matters in October, and I used to love that Texas team. So when Odor knocked out Batista, that was like, oh, amazing, because that was a real rivalry. That Texas-Toronto for like 2 years, that was a real baseball rivalry.
Yeah. So who's not is the Chicago White Sox. Just terrible stuff there from the south side of Chicago. And who anybody who's walking around with the Tim Anderson jersey from the White Sox, what are you doing?
What kind of loser would have a
do that?
Tim Anderson South Side White Sox jersey?
Who would do that? Yeah, it's definitely not the guy.
I'll tell you, I will take it. If you want nothing to do with it anymore, I will wear it proudly.
maybe I still got maybe one or two music festivals left before I fully retire. So maybe after I rock it to a music festival, I will.
You don't have any other throwback or obscure baseball jerseys?
Well, I got Griffey, but you're not getting Griffey.
Well, no, I don't want it. I'm saying for your music festival wardrobe.
No. And somebody actually, what if I'm wearing it and somebody just punches me? Somebody just says, "You thought you were Tim Anderson." Actually, for Halloween, I was Tim Anderson. I put eye black under my eye and I wore that jersey. That's the only way I could wear it. It was lazy, but it was
I'm the king
well.
of lazy Halloween ideas, but like that's something you do when you're like 9 years old and too cool for Halloween.
That's right.
You dress up as Tim Anderson by just wearing a Tim Anderson jersey.
Nobody knew who I was, by the way. It was terrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, who are you expecting to know who Tim Anderson is? What are you walking around the streets on Halloween with your little daughter and being like, "Hey"?
No, I was at a party and a couple people. I thought maybe I don't know. We all know sports, right? And I'm like, "Hey, do you know who I am?" And every time you got to ask, it's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And some of the guys looked at me and just kind of smirked, nodded. They probably thought, I think I know who you are, but.
Well, so was this Halloween of 2022 or Halloween of 2023?
This was this past Halloween.
Okay, because you're getting a different answer this year than last year.
Yes.
If it's 2022, it's like, oh, you're that baseball guy.
Yeah.
If it's 2023, you might be getting the, oh, you're that guy that got knocked out.
Yep, you're the guy that got knocked the bleep out.
You're the guy who got knocked out.
Anderson! Down goes Anderson!
All right, Kyle, let's go streaking.
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
We're streaking!
So, did not work out too well for me. I actually have a quick story, Kyle. So well, it's a it's a daily fantasy app, but we play on Tuesdays and Fridays. And I've been struggling here to get a W. Well, I finally got a W on Friday, and Kyle, I cooked. Everyone I picked, Pete Alonso, home run, Shohei, home run. Everyone cooked, Kyle. I nearly 200 points. There was one donut on my board. I still won. There was one donut on my board. You know who that donut was?
Who is that?
Jazz Chisholm.
Why is Jazz Chisholm important, Mr. Styles?
Because he was my pick on Friday to go streaking, and he did not get a hit.
Ooh, you suck!
Sorry, it's over. It's over now.
It's over, ladies and gentlemen.
Never started for me. I'm still looking for my first hit as we go streaking, and I got all week, so hopefully I can figure this out. How did Simone fare?
Well, Simone picked Mr. Arson Judge
That's right.
of the New York Yankees, and unlike your pick of Jazz Chisholm, Aaron Judge got 2 hits.
Wow.
So we cooked. Simone and I, our tag team of me and Simone, are going to put together a streak of 6 before this week is done. And if it makes you feel a little bit better about striking out on your first streaking pick on the show, cannot be as bad as the time that I picked Keibert Ruiz for the Nationals and the Nationals got no hit.
Wow.
At least it's not that bad.
Yeah, I thought about, Ellie De La Cruz, but Blake Snell, nobody got a hit against Blake Snell.
That would have been great. My goal is to again have that happen. Like, I just want to have it may never happen again, but that was just so funny when I picked someone who got played in who got no hit, like his team got no hit.
So I have a story, and I know you like baseball, so you'll appreciate this. I've never seen anything like this, Kyle. So I was playing in a semi-pro league, and it was basically the World Series for the semi-pro league. We were in Florida, right? And I mean, a lot of these guys were in the minor league system and ended up, it didn't work out, or, eventually got cut, whatever it is. So a lot of these guys, they've been around the block. So we're playing a team and we're getting no hit. First at bat, I was cooking leading up to this tournament. First at bat, some kid says to me, "Hey, can I have your bat if you break it?" And I said, "Sure, kid." I got jammed first at bat, and I broke the bat, and I gave it to him. So we're getting no hit throughout the whole game, and our 9-hitter comes up, and this also could be fair or foul because I didn't really like it, but I didn't do it. He did. He lays down a drag bunt. So he lays down a drag bunt, and it was a great bunt. The third baseman, I never even thought to do this. I played outfield, but it didn't even cross my mind. The third baseman purposely chucked the ball way over the first baseman's head so it would get registered as an error to keep the no-hit bid alive. And we got no hit, Kyle. We got no hit, and they started chanting, "Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico." But the third baseman knew that he wasn't going to throw out our speedster 9-hitter and purposely threw it away. Smartest baseball play I've ever seen.
That's kind of genius.
Yeah, everyone thought, what is he doing? And then it's not a hit.
It's not a hit. Even if, a proper scorekeeper would have been able to read that as a hit because he would have beat out the throw anyways.
Sure.
But in a semi-pro championship league, it's like, I don't know.
You're at least going to say, hey, they wanted to reward it. They wanted to reward it.
Or where I thought the story was going to go is not that he threw it overhead, that he just like kicked it back towards the catcher.
Either way.
Like that.
Yeah,
like
something like
made
that.
It so clearly, obviously an error that they would have called it an error.
Right. So, yeah, great stuff from Puerto Rico all those years ago. Who I'm rocking with today, though, as we go streaking, I'm going with Corbin Carroll. Okay, Corbin Carroll from the Diamondbacks. Down year. All right, he got all that money, and he MVP front runner. They go to the World Series. He's been off this season, but I like my chances. Corbin Carroll's gonna get me off the zero list.
If I remember correctly, I believe he was the NLCS MVP last year.
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
and he has not been good this season so far. So he's gonna help me out here.
Since today is the magical anniversary of our friend
Anderson! Down goes Anderson!
I can't pick Tim Anderson because he's literally not in baseball
anymore.
I got to pick Jose Ramirez, right?
That's a great call.
In honor of Jose Ramirez knocking out Tim Anderson.
Yeah, that's a great call.
Got to pick Jose Ramirez today.
There you go. Jose Ramirez and one Corbin Carroll. Will the streak continue for Simone and Kyle? And will I finally get a hit and get off this zero list? Coming up next, Niners at 9. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
What sets Ashton and Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton and Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store, and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Chris and Pete, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo Sports, will join us in about 15 minutes. Got Niners at 9 here. I have a crazy trade proposal, and Kyle is going to either like it or hate it. But I'm going through this Yahoo Sports article from Jake Fisher, Kyle, as we teased the Jeremy Grant situation. And he talks about Jeremy Grant and Lauri Markkanen, does Jake Fisher. And this is what he had to say. Few players want to face the general uncertainty of moving midseason, especially those who have enjoyed newfound stability for the first time in their careers. That has been the same word about Portland forward Jeremy Grant, sources said, despite rival teams' interest in the veteran Trailblazer. So basically, the report is saying that Jeremy Grant doesn't necessarily want to move. Even though they're clearly rebuilding and not contending, Jeremy Grant, at least from this report, is content in Portland. Doesn't really change too much, but it is one thing that's good to know. It's not as if he's telling people, hey, get me out of here. I want to play meaningful basketball. He does not mind being in Portland, at least for now. Kyle, would it be fair? Would somebody say he's running from the grind, or he doesn't care about winning? Because people will do that with certain players, right? Like you hear it a lot when it comes to Kyle Kuzma, and Bradley Beal had that notion while he was in Washington. This is more about the person versus the player, I think, if you're Jeremy Grant, who's played on about 18 teams, it feels like. But would it give you any cause to pause for trading him after a report like this?
No, I don't know exactly where Jeremy Grant best fits in the league, but I don't think he's one of those caliber of players where it's like he could be so much better than he is. Why is he wasting away on a bad team kind of situation? It's like Jeremy Grant is a fine player. Some might even say a very good player, a player that some in the Portland organization valued at $160 million over 5 years. And for a player of his caliber, most people agree that he's probably a little bit overpaid. And that's probably some hesitation for teams like the Kings to make a definitive move to trade for him. But I'm not worried about like, oh, this player is comfortable being in a losing situation. I think that's kind of why he signed the contract, right? He kind of knew relatively what Portland was going to be. I don't think Dame was gone at that point, but he kind of knew what he was signing up for, and that's okay too. I mean, like you said, he's been to a bunch of different teams in his 6-7 years in the league. I think he went from the Sixers to the Thunder to who was next on? Oh, he was in Detroit for a while. Like he has bounced around quite a bit in the league.
Yeah. So the difference is, as we break this thing down, I'm about to get into some Niners, but this is Jake Fisher. He says, if Markkanen waits to sign his new deal, Wednesday or later, Markkanen won't be eligible to be traded during this upcoming 2024-2025 season. He wouldn't be eligible to be traded for 6 months after his new agreement in accordance with the collective bargaining, which would fall one day after the February 6th trade deadline. It was similarly crucial, and this is a note, this is a name that's come up a lot of different places. Again, this team, what are we doing? It was similarly crucial for the Cavaliers center, Jared Allen, to sign his extension August 2nd, leaving him available for a trade 4 days prior to the deadline. So basically, if the Cavs don't figure it out, they can still move off of Jared Allen. All indications, though, are that Markkanen intends to delay his signature for that exact purpose. League sources told Yahoo Sports Markkanen was traded twice in the span of 12 months, first with Chicago, and then the Bulls eventually relinquished Markkanen via sign and trade that shipped the Finnish phenom to the Cavs on the 3-year deal that is currently set to expire at season end. Yet following one strong season with Cleveland, the Cavs rerouted Markkanen to Utah as part of their massive outgoing package for Donovan Mitchell in September of 2022. So Lauri Markkanen, based on the Spark Notes version of that, is that Lauri Markkanen is tired of being traded, and if he gets offered this extension, he's going to purposely wait to sign it so that he cannot be moved.
That was the whole point of it, right? He wants to actively be in Utah. He wants to sign a long-term extension with the Jazz. He wants to be the foundational piece. That was never really in question. It was, does Utah think they can build around Lauri Markkanen making a max or a super max type of money, which, again, he was damaged goods when they got him.
Yeah.
And they've built up his value into this. So I think they're kind of making the argument of, do we cash out or do we try and see what we can build with him as a number one or a number two? I think the ball's more in Utah's court than it is Markkanen. I think Markkanen wants to sign the extension. It's just a matter of whether Utah's going to offer him the extension or not.
Yeah. And now that this report has come out and you're not going to be able to move him, again, going back to that old word that we keep bringing up when it comes to trades, how does that leverage change for the Jazz as they talk to the Warriors and whoever the other three teams are to get this deal done? Because the Warriors are saying, well, you're either going to ride with Markkanen, or you're going to take this 18 pick package without Podziemski or Kuminga, because now you have to make a decision on your future, and you're running out of time is almost run out. Tomorrow is when they will offer him the extension, if they offer him the extension, which it seems like they will. So it seems like this is almost over, right?
Yeah, it seems like we're headed towards the extension. Right?
Yes, it's over. It's almost over.
The window for trade would have been like right after free agency, like right after all the free agent dominoes fell. That would have been the window to make the Markkanen trade. It's just none of the teams in the sweepstakes ended up giving them the offer they wanted. And then the Kings pivoted to DeRozan, which I think after that, the Markkanen thing kind of went off the table for the Kings necessarily. Realistically, I mean, they could have made it work, but it just would have been really hard to kind of envision how it was going to work out without parting with Keegan Murray, which was obviously the foundation of the whole conversation.
Well, and now, again, going back to that word leverage, you're the Warriors. And you're watching Steph Curry, who hasn't really played great on Team USA, but you're watching Steph Curry enjoy the time of his life with a lot of these guys who are teammates together. You got Anthony Davis and LeBron James. They're on the same team. And Steph has to go back to Draymond podcasting and Brandon Podziemski. And you're going to look Steph in the face and say, hey, we couldn't get the Lauri Markkanen deal done because we really like Brandon Podziemski. That's what we're doing.
I feel like it's more Kuminga than Podziemski, right?
The reports were that it's Podziemski because of the freedom in the contract. They have to, the Jazz don't want to have to pay Kuminga. That's why they were more interested in Podziemski. So running out of time, someone's either going to get desperate or it's going to be over.
If the Warriors can end up getting Markkanen without having to give up Kuminga, that means some of these other teams drop the ball. And I know it's not a deep group of teams that are trying to bid on Markkanen, because I think a lot of teams are not enthused with the idea of paying Markkanen $40+ million as a number 3. I think anyone that has for sure 2 players better than Markkanen is kind of iffy on the paying Markkanen that much money, especially if they don't have player. That's why I thought OKC made sense. It's just because all those guys are still on cheap contracts. But I don't think that it makes I don't think that it makes sense for other teams to not up their bids if it's just the Warriors bidding against themselves.
Yeah, and this want to get into Niners, but this really is leading me to a place in a conversation that we had a couple months ago, just as far as if you're Jeremy Grant and you're Lauri Markkanen and you're making more money than basically anybody will ever see unless you are also in the NBA or play a sport. Yeah, I want to win, but I kind of like just chilling, right? I'm in Portland and I'm living a pretty good life, our marketing. My family's here. I'm building something here. If we win, cool. But either way, I'm winning at life. But you can't say that. An athlete would never say that out loud. But that's probably how a lot of them feel, Kyle. If you had to come home and you're looking at $30 million every year, we're going to get to a point with these bonkers numbers and this TV deal to where it's how much do these guys all care about winning?
Isn't this the whole conversation we were having with Malik Monk back in April and May?
Yes, that is somebody who clearly cares about winning.
Yeah, and it's like you only get but so much chance to secure your bag or that one big contract that for a lot of these guys, I've heard it phrased much more in better terms with football, because football, it's like you're breaking your body for, in a lot of cases, 12 years. If you talk about 4 years of high school, 4 years of college, 4 years of NFL, just to maybe get to that one contract. In the NBA, it's similar. You've been working your entire life, so a lot of times being underpaid. When you talk about the old high school and college systems of you can't make money until you get to the pros and whatever, like you've been working your entire life to get to that one unrestricted free agent contract where someone is potentially going to offer you the 9-figure deal that Jeremy Grant got from the Blazers. It's really hard to turn down that money because of this idea of winning or whatever it might be. And it's not their fault. It's just the system and the salary caps that the NBA has set up. Teams would have already traded for Jeremy Grant if not for the salary matching component of it, because you have to attach all these contracts to it if you want to get Jeremy Grant in exchange for just draft picks, which I think a team like the Kings would be interested in. Like, can we get Jeremy Grant, mortgage our future a little bit with maybe a first and a second or 2 firsts, but don't want to give up that big draft capital, or don't want to give up that big money, but we don't want to give up a current player on the roster.
Niners at 9. We're having some fun with this new article that came out from Jake Fisher talking about Lauri Markkanen and Jeremy Grant, some of the names that have been circulating, but did want to get to some Niners at 9. Kyle, I have a crazy trade, and hopefully you don't walk out and leave. And this is for the Niner fans and the Raider fans out there. I don't even know if the money works. It just came to my head, and I'm just having some fun with this. Who says no, Kyle? Aiyuk for Crosby. Who says no?
The Raiders.
The Raiders, right?
Yeah, the Raiders say no to that.
Yeah.
Max Crosby is, I think, better at what he does than Brandon Aiyuk is at what he does. And
you are not that high on Brandon Aiyuk, I can tell.
I think Brandon Aiyuk is a number 1 quality receiver. That might mean top 10. That might mean top 15. That might mean top 20. It depends how many number 1 caliber receivers you have. I can name 8 receivers I know are definitively better than Brandon Aiyuk.
Name them.
Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, Mike Evans, Jamar Chase. Let me think.
You got Waddle over him?
No, I wouldn't go Waddle.
Diggs?
Not anymore. I wouldn't put Diggs. Puka Nacua.
Kyle.
Or Cooper Kupp, whatever you want to say. One of those two. CeeDee Lamb. Definitely CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb.
Amon-Ra.
Okay.
That's 7 to 8 right there.
Sure. You're not going to tell me he's
even if
top 15.
Even if you want to take Puka out of there, which
thank you.
Fair enough.
I might take Mike Evans out too.
Okay, but the point is he's in that like 10 to 15 caliber of receiver, and I don't know exactly. I think in the NFL Top 100 list, he was ranked pretty close with Amari Cooper, I'm pretty sure.
Cheech says on the chat mob, says A.J. Brown. You got A.J. Brown over?
That's a good one.
Ayuk.
I forgot about A.J. Brown in there, too. I feel like I'm forgetting one big one, but maybe it's just because Diggs is not that dude anymore. I'm used to just word association, putting Diggs in there. But, yeah, I agree with you that he is a number one caliber receiver and should get paid the 30 to 32 million that he's requesting of the Niners. He is that valuable to what the Niners are doing. It's just
DJ Moore.
I like DJ Moore. I'm not that high on DJ Moore necessarily compared to Ayuk. I think they're comparable in terms of late first round guys who have both kind of broken out in recent years, but I think Brandon Ayuk's better than DJ Moore.
Yeah, I think so too.
But to your trade proposal, yeah, the Raiders. I mean, we know the whole Raider connection with Antonio Pierce being his college coach. But
somebody on the text line actually brought that up. That's why it came to mind.
Yeah, I think of Brandon Aiyuk and T. Higgins in similar circumstances where it's like they are both probably number one caliber receivers. They've just never been asked to be number one guys because of the product of the offenses that they play in.
Yeah.
And so I think it's hard to gauge exactly how good or bad they actually are. But Aiyuk has certainly done better for his reputation in the last 12 months than it would have been having this conversation last year.
Coming up next, Kristen Peak joins us, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo Sports. We ask her about Devin Carter and Boogie Ellis. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Styles filling in.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by September 2nd, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Alan Styles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Will be Alan Styles all throughout the week and then headed back to Styles and Watkins. 10 a.m., 2 p.m. Chris Watkins coming up in about 45 minutes. We'll have him in early to have some celebrity birthdays. But we are joined now by Kristen Peak, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo Sports. Kristen, how you doing? Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Alan, great. It's NBA draft season 2025 that started the day after the draft. So I'm keeping my eyes on the European U18s last week. I'm at Nike Skills Academy. There's some incoming freshmen here, and then I'll follow it up in New York City with some Elite 24 high school events. So it never stops, but happy to be here.
Never stops. We want to get into some of the guys for the Kings, but now that you brought it up, 2025, how good could Cooper Flagg be?
He's so good, and he gets better every time I see him. You have to remember this is a kid that I first saw when he was 14, a mouthful of braces. Nobody was watching him play. I made 4 phone calls after watching him for the first time to some high major coaches. One was John Shire, which is the Duke head coach where he'll be headed next year. And every time I see him, I think, okay, is this when he's going to plateau off? We saw what he did against USA basketball as a 17-year-old. I asked him afterwards, were you nervous? And he said, of course. But once you get in between those lines, he said you just kind of fall into the game. And, he last summer was at Jason Tatum's camp, went 5-on-5 with him. He was at Steph Curry's camp. He's been in the gym with LeBron. So that's really helped his confidence. And I think he's just going to be the runaway favorite all year long as the number one pick next year.
I mean, he has some of the best nicknames associated with him. The main event coming out of Maine, and they're calling the tanking capture the flag. That is what some of these teams are trying to do. Kristen, let's get into Devin Carter, okay? From the 2024 draft, goes 13 to the Sacramento Kings. First and foremost, were you surprised that he dropped? What were your takeaways from Devin Carter?
The week heading into the draft, NBA teams all started hearing whispers of an injury that he had during a workout that was going to, cause him a substantial amount of time to have to sit out. And so I think that's why you saw some teams kind of hesitate early in the lottery on him. But I wasn't surprised. This draft, nothing really, there was only one pick that everyone knew who was going where, and that was Bronny James, 55 to the Lakers. Everything else, the fact that Zach Edey went 9 was crazy to me. And the fact that Terrence Shannon Jr. fell and AJ Johnson rose, all these things, we knew it was going to be chaos. So nothing really surprised me, but I think, what Sacramento is getting in him once he's healthy is probably one of the best two-way guards in the draft class. We saw what he did at the NBA draft combine. 42-inch max vert. He broke the 3/4 sprint record, combine record. And he was so dialed in and plugged in during the shooting drills. He's got that sneaky bounce where it's he can get that rebound, get out and go. You're looking at probably one of the fastest backcourts when healthy with De'Aaron Fox and Devin Carter on the court when they play together.
Talking to Kristen Peak, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo Sports. Kristen, did you get a chance to see Boogie Ellis out of USC? As you talk about Bronny, Boogie Ellis signs a contract. He was on our airwaves last week. What were your thoughts on Boogie Ellis? He balled out during the summer league. What were your thoughts on Boogie?
It was nice to see the old Boogie Ellis that we knew from high school as a 5-star prospect. He was originally committed to Duke, I think, before transferring to Memphis. And so he just had a long college career. He's a bucket. I don't know if his game will translate to the NBA, but summer league was his time to shine. It was really fun to watch. I felt like he was a little pigeonholed at USC playing with Isaiah Collier in the backcourt, trying to make that work, and they just couldn't get their rhythm or chemistry. So with the NBA spacing, I think it'll help him, but it's just going to be his size, which is going to limit him a lot as an NBA guard.
Kristen Peak, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo Sports. Kristen, if you had to guess, we'll end it with this one. If you had to guess, right, who is going to be the best player from this draft, who would you guess? I was really big on Tejas Salon, and I know you said you weren't surprised on anything, but or not much, but Tejas Salon, that seemed like a bit of a reach for the Hornets, and his summer league didn't necessarily look as good as others. So that was my darling going into the draft, even though the Kings took Devin Carter. Who would you guess will have the best career from this draft class?
I think the dude that's going to come out of this draft class is Stephon Castle, who went number 4 to the San Antonio Spurs. I think him and Wemby are going to anchor the defense. He looks very comfortable creating off the dribble and the spacing, and his outside shot is falling. Remember, we only saw him play one game, and then he had an injury. But I know the Spurs are very excited for him to come in and be slotted in alongside Victor Wembanyama, and I think he's going to get a lot of opportunity. And he's also going to be learning from Chris Paul. Chris Paul, I spoke to him, and he just said, I'm excited to kind of be that player coach with these young guys and teach them the ropes for the NBA game. So I think he's going to pop. Reed Shepherd, if he can get the minutes, he was awesome at Summer League. It's so funny. He wasn't even the best player on his team. He came off the bench at Kentucky, and he's looking like one of the best picks in the draft for the Rockets. But, just with that backcourt, it's so full. I don't know how much minutes he's going to get, but his versatility and what he brings offensively and defensively, I think he can find some early minutes coming with the secondary unit.
Yeah, Reed Shepard on that Devin Booker plan. That was a similar situation, and it worked out pretty well for Devin Booker. Kristen Peak, thank you so much for joining us. We know that you're running around and getting ready for Capture the Flag and this next coming draft. Hope to have you on towards this next draft as we get everything going, and we will check in once Devin Carter gets on the court. Thank you so much for joining us, Kristen.
Thanks for having me. Have a good one.
You too. So, Kyle, we talked about my draft darling, and it was Tejan Salon. It's early, but could have been more impressive. High motor. Did you have a draft darling, Kyle?
The guy I kind of wanted for the Kings was Jacoby Walter from Baylor.
Yeah.
That was kind of the guy that I was kind of like, oh, this makes sense. I think Devin Carter works too.
Yeah.
In a similar type of skill set.
You wanted to, because I was completely against the guards.
It wasn't that I was against the guards. It was that there wasn't a forward that was jumping out like, yes, this is the person to go with. And a lot of these middle of the first round guys, especially in a draft class this year where people are saying it wasn't that strong comparatively to other years, they are more developmental projects. I mean, I remember last year, and I said this during leading up to the draft, the guy who was picked at 13 before Devin Carter the year before was Grady Dick, and Grady Dick went to the G League and did the two-way thing at the beginning of the year, and then when more roster spots opened up after the OG Anunoby trade, that's when you started to see minutes, and it was a much more of a developmental project. And now you add in the injury to Devin Carter, I think it's certainly going to be a developmental project and a recovery from shoulder surgery. But I think that would have been the case no matter who they took at 13.
Yeah, and that's a lot. It's a lot that he's going to miss, but hopefully he's a quick learner. We know that obviously he spent some time at Providence, so he's not one of the younger prospects, so hopefully that helps.
If they had took a point guard, I would have been a little bit confused. And granted, they ended up trading Davion Mitchell like the next day, so it opened up the guards a little bit. But if they had taken a true point guard, I would have been like, what are we really doing here? But that wasn't exactly what was going on.
Well, when I talked to Chris, I mean, Chris thinks that Devin Carter will play some backup point. I've been wondering if it's Keon Ellis, he was supposed to work on his handle during Summer League. He's had some turnovers. He's not a traditional point guard. You have Malik Monk. You have De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. I mean, you have Devin Carter, but they don't really have another traditional point guard.
I know you guys are more plugged into this than I am because it's your job and you're doing it every day, but I really just don't know where Devin Carter slots into this current iteration of the Kings at all. Like, I don't know where he's exactly making an impact until we really start to see what those rotations look like.
Well, it's pretty funny because there's no contract issue, right? Like the Niners, but it's a bit similar to Ricky Pearsall going in the first round for the Niners. You didn't necessarily need it, but there's two ways to look at drafts. You can look at it as best player available according to your big board, or does he fit a need that we have? And I think in both situations with the Niners and the Kings, they went with best player available. And I think to answer your question, where he fits in is he's just a dog. And they think that he's just going to force his way into the lineup and he's just going to do things that I guess it's never too much to have more defenders that can shoot the three ball. Because you're right. On its face, it feels like you got another Keon Ellis. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, but that's kind of, painting a broad stroke over his game, obviously. But it's hard to not see some of those similarities, which the best player available strategy, it obviously did wonders for the Kings with Tyrese Halliburton. But I think in that range of the draft, I can't remember. I think it was Bill Simmons who brought this up. It's like from end of the lottery until end of the first round, you've got like a 40-50% chance that player is even going to be in the NBA in 4 to 5 years.
Right.
So just take the best player available and hope that player develops into a starting caliber player. I know Keon Ellis was an undrafted guy, but like we saw, it's a player development project more than it is a plug and play immediate impact guy like Keegan Murray, who was picked obviously 4th in the draft, came in and broke the record for 3-pointers as a rookie.
Well, and the other thing is too, nobody's talking about it right now, but if Devin Carter does pop and does hit as far as being a hit or miss on the draft, that gives you the ability, if you think he's the best player available and it does work out for you, now you have more flexibility, which is that operative word that Monty loves. If you want to move somebody, if you want to have a trade piece, maybe Keon Ellis, you think about moving him because you can now because you hit with Devin Carter. So I think that it opens up a lot, or you just make it the dog pound and you play both. You can do whatever you want. If you're looking for the best player available and you feel like you hit and you do hit, it just gives you flexibility versus we need. And I'm the one who was yelling on draft night there at Public House. But when there's, forwards everywhere and they feel like, no, we think Devin Carter's better and can help this team in a couple different ways, whether it's to help the team or to help it from an asset point of view, that's what Monty and his vest decided to go with. What to watch tonight when we return. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles, filling in.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
When your game goes bad, getting back to basics is the quickest way to get on track. Many problems can be traced to forgetting the first lessons a good golf instructor covers. Grip, alignment, and posture. If you're not holding the club properly, if you're not aligned to the target, and if you're not in an athletic posture, when you take the club back, you'll have to manipulate it somehow to get it back square to the target. That's when bad things happen. When I find myself leaving shots out to the right, I check my grip on the club. I check to see that I'm holding the club lightly in my fingers and that my hands are close together. Check to see that the V's formed by my thumbs and forefingers point to my right shoulder. Take a practice swing and feel as though the hands are working together and turning over naturally through the impact area. Bad alignment makes a good shot go astray, and bad posture makes it difficult to generate club head speed. If you're having similar problems, a brush up with a PGA professional will get you going again. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, July was very good to the A's as they put together their best month since they were 17-9 back in June of 21. And they took advantage of a real quirk in the schedule, playing the Angels 10 times in July, and they went 8-2. And also good series against the Astros and the Phillies, going 2-1 against those two ball clubs as well.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass. Been a great co-host for me, as well as producing the show. Thank you to Kristen Peak, NBA draft analyst, getting us very excited about one Devin Carter when he comes back in January. So, Kyle, we said we were going to be careful with spoiling, and I feel like it's not spoiling if it's not a good thing. So we didn't tell people how it ended for Jordan Childs and Simone Biles, but we will tell you that the USA women's 3x3 team has been eliminated from gold medal contention after their loss to Spain. They started out ice cold, got red hot. I think they won 4 in a row, something like that. And now they're done. And I think they'll still have an opportunity for, it sounds like based on this, they may still have the opportunity for bronze, but no gold for Team USA 3x3, Haley Van Lith and the crew.
That's unfortunate. I didn't actually realize that they had picked it up after losing the first two, which that's cool that they might still get a bronze medal out of it. I think that's still, given how rocky things were going in the 3-on-3, and maybe that's just like the only way I knew it was happening was like people saying USA is failing, but like if they end up getting bronze out of all of this, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And
you got to take it. You got to take it.
Especially because I was supposed to be Cameron Brink and Haley Van Lith and someone else, but Cameron Brink got hurt, and Haley Van Lith is the only person I know on the team, I think, at this point. So
yeah,
it would have been cool if they had pulled it out.
So we have this, as we're going to get into what to watch tonight, but this Jake Fisher article keeps getting better and better. Earlier, Kyle, you were not convinced when I mentioned that the Jazz more interested in Brandon Pajemski than Jonathan Kuminga, and it says right here in Jake's article, the Kings made significant progress in talks with the Jazz this summer, sources said, which ultimately fell apart by early July. Utah has made clear it prioritizes sophomore guard Brandon Pajemski over Jonathan Kuminga from Golden State, sources said, although the Warriors have envisioned both players in starting roles for next year. So to me, that sounds like they don't need both of them, or Utah's not asking for both.
Okay.
So again, you're going to look Steph Curry in the face and say, we didn't get Lauri Markkanen because of Jack Harlow, because of Brandon Pajemski. I can't do it.
Wait, that's funny that you said he's Jack Harlow, because wasn't the whole conversation for 3 years that the Miami Heat couldn't get superstars because they wouldn't trade their Jack Harlow?
Exactly.
What's the deal with these teams holding on to their Jack Harlows?
They don't want to move off of their Jack Harlows. And Lakers got a Jack Harlow.
The Lakers do have a Jack Harlow.
And he's untouchable.
But he wasn't for a couple years there. For a couple years, it's like he's going to be the centerpiece of a trade that gets us DeRozan.
Yeah,
whatever
but now he's untouchable.
I guess so. I'm confused as to why... Jack Harlow's aside, I'm confused as to why another team is not trying to bid against the Warriors if the price tag is just Pajemski, Moody.
It's a lot of picks. It's a lot of. I mean, name the team. The Lakers basically can't, right?
Okay, well let's go to the Eastern Conference.
Sure.
I get Atlanta just is on a weird timeline now.
What are we doing?
They would have been a team originally that would have been in that mix there. I would have said Brooklyn before they just sold everything off. Trying to think. The Pacers obviously just traded for Siakam, so that takes them off the table.
The Knicks? I mean, you have Julius Randle.
At this point, I mean, that would be the flip, right? Is like, do you like Julius Randle in the deal? Yeah, I guess the ideal team would be a team like the Kings or Warriors. That was like a play-in team last year that is looking to elevate their floor a bit. They're trying to not completely fall off the table. If they weren't so bad, I would say the Hornets make sense, but they're kind of on the same timeline as Utah at this point. So I'm struggling to find the playoff caliber team that would give up significant draft capital for Lauri Markkanen, because Lauri Markkanen is not exactly a ceiling raiser kind of guy. He's more of a keep the bottom from falling out kind of acquisition.
Yeah, and by the way, six picks the Knicks gave up for Mikal Bridges. He's an 83 on 2K25. An 83, 6 picks, Kyle.
He's a zero-time All-Star.
Zero-time All-Star. That was kind of a fleece. We'll see what happens with the Knicks, but that was kind of a fleece.
Just the power of friendship, baby. The power of friendship will always stand tall.
You know I can't stand Villanova. You know I cannot stand
I know. Temple U, stand up. I get it.
That's right. But we'll see how it works out for them. All right, Kyle, what to watch tonight?
What do we have for tonight? Well, you can watch the San Francisco Giants take on the Washington Nationals at 3:45. Are you going to be watching that, Mr. Styles, as a resident Giants fan?
I will. I like the early game, so I probably will. And the Giants, they just beat the Reds 2 out of 3. Obviously, the no-hitter from Blake Snell. So, I mean, it's either now or never, okay? I've been the one crying about getting Marco Luciano up. I mean, we don't know where he's going to play. He doesn't seem like he's going to be you don't just remember how to play shortstop, right? He's not a shortstop. So they need to figure out what position he's going to play. He's a DH for now, but at least he's up in the big leagues. The guy can hit. We know that. We've seen it in Sacramento. So I will watch, obviously, Elliot Ramos and the young crew doing their thing. So I'll probably watch that.
Maybe this is a conversation for us while we're together this week, but like shortstop has become such a finite like skill position that it's like these great athletes, they're moving away from playing shortstop because it requires such a specific skill set nowadays.
Which is so bizarre to me that if you were to tell me, hey, Alan, just off the top of your head, what position will Mookie Betts play first?
Yeah.
Center field or shortstop? If you were to tell me the answer was shortstop, I would call you crazy, but that's what happened. And that just speaks to Mookie. Too bad he's on the Dodgers.
Yeah, they're moving all these shortstops to outfield now. Even Tatis, the same thing. But good news for you. As soon as that Giants and Nationals game ends, we can roll right into White Sox and A's.
Wow.
A historic White Sox versus A's game, which originally would have been, can we set the lowest attended baseball game in the history of Major League Baseball? But we have history on the line tonight because if the Oakland A's can beat the White Sox will tie the 123-year record for longest losing streak in the American League.
It's at Oakland. Maybe I'll go and wear my Tim Anderson jersey. Somebody can punch me.
You should do that. Tickets literally cost.
Simone.
Yes, that was Simone. Tickets literally cost 60 cents. So if you want to.
No, they don't.
They pretty much do. If it weren't for Ticketmaster tickets and fees, if that's all you're paying for is just the fees, and you can get in the stadium.
What else to watch tonight, Kyle?
Well, if you want to stay up real late, 2:30 a.m. Tuesday morning, Germany versus Greece. Quarterfinals, Olympic basketball. We're going to be up at 2:30 a.m. tomorrow because we're coming in to do radio. But for the rest of us, would you wake up at 2:30 a.m. under normal circumstances for this?
No.
Me neither.
No. I'm sorry.
I'll find out that Dennis Schroeder cooked
the
Greek national team later.
These highlights hit just the same.
Yeah.
I'm good off that. What else?
Well, then follow it right up. Join us tomorrow morning where we will have live coverage of Serbia and Australia beginning at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow. Tune in to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross for live coverage of Serbia versus Australia.
There you go. Well, it seems like a full slate. Hopefully the Giants can keep it going and the A's can keep the losing streak going for the White Sox out there in Oakland. Coming up next, this guy, you might know him. You know you love him. Chris Watkins joins me for a little crosstalk, and we do celebrity birthdays. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in.
Goes Anderson! Down goes Anderson!
There was always a crowd gathered around our dining table when I was growing up. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Everyone was welcome at my mother's table, so holidays, birthdays, and celebrations always included family and friends. I used to think I was the most popular kid in the neighborhood until I realized that my friends were really there for my mother's incredible cooking. Years later, when I bought my own dining table from Naturewood, I made sure it was large enough to make friends feel welcome. And right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings Dine in Style sale, you have an opportunity to find the perfect dining room furniture to help you create your own treasured memories. Choose from casual to formal or anything in between. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings during the Dine in Style sale off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 tests under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits. As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
It's time for the news of the day.
The latest headlines, the biggest stories, hard-hitting analysis.
Yeah, this is none of those things. And now, here's Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross.
Yeah. All right. Hi, sir. My name is Alan Stiles.
Hey, how was golf on Friday?
Honestly,
yeah,
I cooked.
Really?
Well, I'll tell you this much. So, went to Cordova. So, there's a lot of par threes, right?
Yes,
so I think it's a par 67. So,
yes, yeah.
It's just a typical Allen situation. So, basically, I'm at plus 17.
Okay.
Which ties my career low. And it's not a par 72, so it's a little different.
Right.
And it's a par 3 to end. All I got to do is par, and I tie my career low.
Right.
So I go to the left of the hole.
Okay.
But avoid, everything.
Right,
I
all the people.
But it was muddy.
Okay.
So
that makes sense because there's tons of grass out there.
Exactly. So it was well watered.
Grass on the golf course.
Well watered. And I chunk one, chunk another, triple bogey.
Okay.
And I left.
I hear the Beach Hut Deli's great out there.
It was so good. It was so. I got the Hobie, some pastrami, and salami. But I'm not as mad because it wasn't going to be my career low.
Sure.
If I was at plus 16,
right,
and tripled, then I would have been annoyed. But tying it, what am I going to tell people?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? What am I going to tell people? I just tied it. So, but yeah, it was a good time. I saw you had. Or I listened a little bit to you and Brandon with Boogie, and that was good stuff as well. And it's doing well on YouTube. Go check that out if you haven't seen it as well. Of course, Deuce and Mo doing well.
Yes.
What's coming up on the show?
We have a lot today. Again, we've got a Bulls writer. Just want to make sure because we just locked down. Yes, Jason Patt of the Cash Considerations podcast. Definitely excited to talk with him. We're going to talk some Olympics, of course. DeMar DeRozan shining in the Drew League. Blake Snell's no hitter. Brendan definitely has some thoughts about that. I love me some baseball. Brendan out of nowhere. And then, some Brandon Aiyuk stuff. And we got DeMarcus Cousins finding a new team. We'll see if anybody cares about DeMarcus anymore.
Oh, people will always care.
Also, I want to hear Brendan's thoughts about the NBA Cup. I feel like the NBA Cup just kind of came and went. And I feel like we talked about it for a day, and then I can't think of anybody who's had a, hey, what do you think about the Kings situation in the NBA Cup? Do you like their standing? So we're going to get Brandon's thoughts on
that's the
NBA
Emirates Cup now.
Apologize.
Yes.
I'm sorry, the Emirates NBA Cup.
An official sponsorship.
Yes, and you have DeMar DeRozan, 22 points, 17 rebounds, and 5 assists. So he's cooking in the Drew League. I don't really know what to. I mean, that's what he does, right? Or that's what they all. I mean, did you see the one?
Amateurs.
Can you answer this question for me? What if I told you that Bones Highland is just Emmanuel Quickly with an attitude problem? I mean, what are we missing with Bones Highland? He can't get on the court.
Yeah,
I think he just dropped 60 in a Pro-Am.
I think he's got attitude issues. I definitely think that's a big part of it, is that people don't seem to want to play
Some people wanted him to be, when they thought Malik was going to go.
Yeah.
Some people said bring Bones Highland out here.
For sure. I think he's just he's got a bit Cam Thomas in him, for better or worse. And I think it's just you got to find the right spot for him. I don't think Denver enjoyed his time.
Well, he didn't even play on the Clippers.
Yeah, that's always the weird thing too. It's like you see these guys, and even Cam Thomas to an extent. It's like every time you come in, you light it up.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a reason why coaches don't want to play
somebody.
you.
Yeah, there's something off there. I saw you put out the 2K ratings.
Yes.
We went through them for the Kings.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Anything egregious on your end?
A couple people pointed out that Malik going down in rating is pretty interesting. I definitely agree with that. I would just maybe counter and say that maybe 2K is predicting a little bit of a step back from Malik because Luka lands on his leg. Maybe they think that there's some permanent damage there from if a piano falls on you, you're probably not going to be the same person after. So maybe they're just projecting because you never know when something lands on your legs like that could do some long-term damage.
A big something just flopping around.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Kyle, let's get into celebrity birthdays.
Wow.
Celebrity birthdays. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than crumble cookies. Where is our crumble cookies? Where are they?
That's a great question.
The crumble cookie guy comes in on Fridays.
He loves me.
Does
he know? Are you listening?
Yeah.
You know I'm filling in. He'll come.
Yeah.
He did that for Jay Johnson.
He did. Yeah.
When Jay was filling in, he's like, "Where's the crumble cookie guy at?" And he showed up. So
that's what I'm talking about.
Crumble Chris. Yeah.
Sometimes
Crumble
it works.
Chris. He brought cookies to the draft party. He brought me.
Did he really?
Wait,
Oh,
hold on. Why was I not informed of this at the draft?
They were
party?
sitting on the table.
I never saw this, and I'm disappointed.
Well, Crumble Chris can help you out.
Do you know how much better that draft experience would have been with crumble cookies?
It was pretty fun for me. And yummy.
Even when they took Devin Carter.
I like Devin Carter now. We had Kristen Peek on, NBA draft analyst for Yahoo. We're excited for Dennis whenever he gets on the court. All right, Kyle.
All right. We're also going to have Simone play with us today.
Ooh,
so
great.
3 of you are going head-to-head. All right. Let's start off with Patrick.
Willis.
Beverly.
O'Neal.
That would be Ewing.
You practice that shot? Remember when he said that at
I
Georgetown?
love that. That's my favorite quote.
Oh, yeah.
You ever practice that shot? It's a bad shot.
I was about to say, that's the more famous quote.
Yeah.
That's a bad shot. You ever practice that shot?
Patrick
legitimate
Ewing?
concern in his eyes. Patrick Chewing. For those Snickers fans.
70?
Yeah, I would say so. Let's say he was drafted in the 80s. We'll say 40 years out. Yeah, we'll say 69.
66, please.
He is only 61.
Okay, did some bad math.
Played in the 90s.
Okay, well, I said drafted. So.
Only 30 years ago.
Well, that's what happens when you mess
Sorry, Patrick.
All right. Let's go with Anthony.
Rendon.
Edwards.
Rendon would be washed. Anthony Anderson.
Simone's the winner. Ant-Man. Table
okay,
tennis legend.
Someone's got to get this. Someone's got to get this.
Table tennis legend.
I think he's literally is he in his Jordan year now? I feel like everyone keeps saying he's 22, so I think he's 23 now.
I think that's right. I believe I looked this up yesterday, as a matter of fact. I'm going to say 23 as well.
Wow. Well, I'll be different.
Yeah.
22.
There you go.
You should not have been. They were correct.
There you
which
go.
I learned today that I'm older than Anthony Edwards.
Old man.
Wow.
Very strange.
Sorry for you.
All right.
Happens
Next
to
up, we have Neil
DeGrasse Tyson.
Patrick Harris.
Ooh, that's the other one.
Did you see my post yesterday when I was on Amtrak?
No.
So I'm on Amtrak yesterday, and you know how people will say, I've gotten a lot of, let's just put the rat on the table. I've gotten a lot of black eyes, right? I've been told like I look like a lot of different black celebrities, and it's kind of a running joke. And I don't think it's an Alan thing. I think it happens.
Oh, shut up.
So yesterday I'm on Amtrak. It wasn't
read it.
me, but I'm on Amtrak, and I watched the whole thing happen. This woman comes up to this guy. She was the ticket person, and makes him take off his headphones to tell him that he looks like Shaq. Chris, he had cornrows.
That's a lot of isms right there. Wow. First off, that's probably like one of the last people. Hey, you know that like literally one of the most massive humans that walks this planet?
Yep.
You remind me of him.
Yep.
Take that as a compliment, please.
Yeah.
You giant human.
Or whenever when someone says, "Do you get Shaq a lot?" No.
no, I really don't.
Literally never.
No, you mean that 7'2", 375-pound guy? No,
that's
really.
Been retired
And he
for
was
like
sitting
15
down.
years.
He was sitting down and he had braids.
By the way, yeah, Shaq on Amtrak.
Yeah.
Shaq probably literally owns a train.
Yeah.
What
The
are we talking
DJ career isn't popping as much as we thought, clearly. Who was it, Kyle?
You never guessed anyone. You just wanted to go into your story. Neil. It's Neil Armstrong.
Oh, Neil Cruz. Okay.
Posthumously.
Lorenzo Neal. That's for you, Kyle. Who is it? Neil Armstrong?
Yes. Posthumously. How old would he have been today?
We
Man on the
got
moon.
screwed by this last time.
Yeah.
It was some.
Yeah, I don't like
They were
these.
like 100 years
I don't like
old.
these.
He landed on the moon in 1969.
Right.
There's your hint.
Lance's
So he was
grandpa or
probably in his 20s.
Yeah. Right.
Then
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I feel like you got to have a lot more.
Went to the moon in 69.
A lot
120.
more work put in before then.
100 and
Okay, that's.
Come on, guys.
I'm trying to do math, but it doesn't help. I'll say
100 on the nose.
I'll say 92.
I will say.
Time works
90.
differently in space.
No, give me 103, please.
I only would have been 94. So Chris wins.
Guys,
94.
There you go. Brandon Deisman on the Sack Chat Mob saying the Shaq track.
That's exactly what he would call it.
The
too.
Shaq track.
It's a million%.
The Shaq track.
That's a good Shaq.
Thank you. All right, who else?
We got Carl.
Yastrzemski.
Lewis.
Malone.
No, it's Carl Crawford.
Oh,
wow.
You know, he went from being one of the most exciting players to getting into legal battles with Meg Thee Stallion from his record label.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he originally signed Meg Thee Stallion, and there were a bunch of issues. Whenever you see Carl Crawford these days, it's about his record label.
Huh.
Yeah.
I just associate him with he took $18 million to go to AAA.
He had a funny batting stance.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
How old is he today?
Carl Crawford, I feel like he was older when he was popping. So I think he's probably like 44.
I think he's probably like 37 right now.
Give me 43.
Walk-off winner Simone Rickford with 43.
No bricks here.
Walk-off
You laid
winner.
the blueprint. You laid the blueprint.
Wow. Well, great show coming up. Styles and Watkins, Chris Watkins, and Brendan Nunez. Thank you for listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Thank you to all